Welcome everyone now to a special live US election live stream / podcast. If you're listening to this on our podcast, it's obviously not live, but we're live on YouTube right now for to cover the American election. We're recording this podcast live, so any mistakes are, they're going to come through, but we'll try not to make any. With us tonight, we've got Sammy. Say hello.
Hello everyone, I'm the techie guy managing everything for the first time, so do expect mistakes and apologies afterwards.
We're so professional. We've got Tom.
Hello everyone.
We've got Zena. Zena's back this week.
Hi everyone. Yeah, I missed last week.
Nice. We've got some special guests lined up, and some people may join us, may not. This is so unplanned that we're just gonna bring in people. If people want to come on and have a chat with us, we've got a chat on YouTube going up. So if you're watching on Twitter, switch over to YouTube and come and get in the chat. There are quite a few people in there already.
If you're feeling extra generous and want to buy us a coffee, do drop a super chat.
Nice. Do we even have that set up, Sammy? I don't know.
You can also find my OnlyFans in the channel.
Nobody asked for that.
Nobody liked that.
No, nobody asked for that.
Okay, I'll cancel my membership.
Jesus Christ, Tom. But anyway, we've got a couple of guests coming in. Our first one should be here in about 10 minutes. We just wanted to get things going, make sure nothing major happens.
It's a very special guest.
Exactly. Well, every guest on tonight will be a very special guest.
Absolutely. But this one is extra spicy.
Okay, extra spicy. So if you can't get in touch with us on the YouTube chat, drop us a tweet on our Twitter, mango_press_. We'll be checking out the Twitter all throughout the show. So if we get any comments that are good on there, we'll read them out too. Tom, you're moderating the YouTube chat. So anything in there that you want to ask, make sure Tom notices it. So just pull Tom up in the chat.
So today we are discussing, observing, and providing live commentary on the US election. What is the latest news so far, Fran?
Well, I'm looking at the map. I've just switched back to it, and it looks like Trump got 2 states already.
Already got 2 states?
Is this true? I'm on the Guardian. And they're red. Is that a predicted? Donald Trump has won. Oh, no, wait, he's leading. He's leading in Indiana on the
Let's not jump to conclusions.
Shouting Donald Trump has won at 11:05 p.m.
At the minute it says, come on. Cut me a bit of slack. Cut me a bit of slack here, lads. Right, so I'm looking at Indiana. It says it's got 11 electoral college votes. 4,000 votes for Donald Trump so far. 1,700 for Joe Biden. And then 125 for Joe Jorgensen. So Donald Trump on a 72% of the vote there at the minute. That's been counted. So he's got a lead there at the minute. And then New Hampshire. 16 votes for Donald Trump and 10 for Joe Biden. So Trump winning in those first 2 counts.
Hang on, do you mean votes or delegates?
Votes, yeah. This is being live counted. So
okay.
I think it's electoral college seats, is it?
It's the farce of the American electoral.
We need a Yank in here to explain to us how this stupid bourgeois democracy works, because it's not even a standard first pass.
It's interesting to talk about the roots, really, because I think it was Michael Parenti that gave an excellent outline on the history and the development of the American electoral process. Initially, it was set up in a way so that only those people who were wealthy enough to travel interstate on horses or by train, in other words, the wealthy people and the slave owners, only they could travel and vote. So from the very beginning, the system was designed for the wealthy. I think that's pretty
that's a surprise.
Shocker, innit?
America built on the bones of the slaves or something like that. Shocker.
And when was it that women gained the suffrage? It was definitely after the Bolshevik Revolution, because the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917 was the first government to provide universal suffrage, including to women.
1920. Yeah,
August 18th, 1920.
That's when women in the US got suffrage, yeah?
Yeah, so only just 100 years ago.
Wow. And then
But then again, it was only was it 1918 for the UK? So still not great for Britain.
they were scared. Of the
still not great in general. Yeah, this is it.
They were scared scared of the Bolsheviks initially, and of the impact that that could have on people's perceptions of the Bolshevik government.
Yeah. Well, there were lots of things given to the workers, weren't there, as the Soviet Union sort of built things to stop people from.
We have Ryan saying that he thinks that Georgia just got announced. Hang on, let's have a look at the news.
Georgia just got announced.
Is BBC doing a live one?
Probably. I'm not clicking on the BBC.
I know. I hate even poisoning my
Georgia is nothing on my maps. Now I'm looking at the Guardian. I've got the New York Times up.
I've got
nothing on the Times. I've got the Independent up that don't even have a map. So that's
Does the BBC have the map?
Talking of maps,
no, BBC's just got like a kind of like a bar at the top. And that's just saying 0. I think it's just talking about the states for the BBC. Has CGTN got one? I've got to check.
Well,
talking of maps, while you're doing this, did anyone see the map that Donald Trump's son tweeted, as if it was like a map of all the places around the world that wanted Trump to win?
Oh yeah, that was hilarious. Like it was everywhere except like China, India, and Mexico for some reason. Like why India? They love Trump, and everywhere else hates him.
Yeah, well, because he's clearly never seen a map of the world, has he? And he thought that was like, where did he think? I think he thought India was Iran.
Have you seen that terrifying video though of like Americans being like interviewed on the streets, being showed a map of the world and being asked to point out where North Korea is?
Oh god!
And they're all
some pointed to like, Canada.
Some pointed to the UK. Some pointed to like Texas.
But
like,
to be fair, most of the pinpoints, like I'd say 70 to 80% of them, were in the Middle East. Like, of course, that's what Americans think, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's just hilarious, isn't it? None of them know geography at all. Like, I
like how Donald Trump Jr. is like coloured in California blue, as if in New York to be like, look at those damn liberals.
Alongside the Mexicans, the Indians, and the Chinese for some reason.
What's the country in Africa? Hold on, I can never remember.
If you want,
you carry on.
That one's Liberia.
Liberia? How weird!
Yeah. Why would Liberia vote Dem? Is that because it was like? Isn't Liberia like a country that America set up to like, where they sent a load of slaves or something?
Yes, like I think Liberia was like established by some African American who went back to Africa. So yeah, it's kind of like vassal state, I feel.
Let me have a look. The American Colonization Society started it, who believed black people would face better chances for freedom and prosperity in Africa than in the United States.
Just to interrupt, we've got a comment in the chat there saying breaking: Donald J. Trump wins Greene County, Indiana.
Cheers for the help,
Ryan. You're doing a better job than anyone else.
Yeah.
Big shout out.
My page to update. It updates itself. Go on, Sammy.
Big shout out to Ryan Chaudhary. If that's how you pronounce your last name, I'm so sorry if I've butchered that. But anyway, welcome everyone, all 17 viewers right now. Please do call out your name and location, see who's joining us and from where.
Exactly. If you've got any questions, if you've got any points.
If you feel like buying me a coffee, a couple of quid in the super chat.
Sammy's a student, so he's going to be like this for the whole show because he's a lazy student.
Actually,
and he's
no.
spent all his money on whiz bangs and moon pies.
No, hang on. I finished my course and now I'm unemployed.
His
well.
Cash App's in his bio.
Yeah, Cash App in Sammy's bio.
Hello, everyone. So, come on, names and locations.
Sammy, you sound like a policeman. Come on, names and names and locations.
Well, I'm from there, says Arabian Socialist. Well, we already know.
He's an Arabian, so he's from where?
From the Arab
Maybe he's one of them.
the Middle East.
Maybe he must be one of them pan-Arab socialists who's just talking about just
Exactly.
rape.
I recognise the United Arab Republic. In fact, I have a flag in my room right now.
Nice.
Long live it. Long live it.
Indeed.
Shall we? What time's our first guest getting in? Tom, are you dipping out to bring them in shortly? I'm sure people in the chat already know what it is now. I mean, we've not announced them yet, but I'm sure everybody already knows.
Funny thing, our guest has already announced that he's coming on to Mango.
Exactly, and we've already retweeted it on the.
Yeah, we're good at the surprises, aren't we?
Yeah, we have already retweeted it, so we're just withholding it for the very last people who've not checked Twitter. So yeah,
talking about the technicalities of the US election, I think the people who are behind Joe Biden, from what I can see, are the same people who were behind the Hillary Clinton State Department, who literally unleashed hell onto the Middle East, which ended up being or manifested itself into the Arab Spring, as they are very skillful with this sort of
war hawkish behavior.
War hawkish, but also soft power strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've seen how they've unleashed color revolutions in Eastern Europe, most notably Ukraine, as well as the Baltic states.
Holding hands for Europe, or whatever it was they did in the Baltic states.
Exactly. And man, that color revolution in Ukraine, the Euromaidan back in 2014, that is fascism. Like, we've watched that documentary.
Full blown. Full blown.
Americans, with all due respect, American leftists, when they call Trump a fascist, they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah.
They should see those lads in Ukraine, the ones who are called right sector. They are scary.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. That's the only way to describe them, aren't they? Scary. They're like the Hong Kong protesters that we've all seen, but imagine they're not like weedy kids. They're like big burly blokes that have got baseball bats and
guns
and
AK-47s.
Well, the guns came out later on, didn't they? But to start with, it was just like fists and one of them had a mace. Remember, we were watching it and
it was mad.
One of them had a absolute mad. But that's real. That's real fascism, isn't it?
Yeah.
What happened there? So anyway, I think we mentioned this last time. I'll make a post after the show with a load of these. If we mention any documentaries tonight, we post them so people can watch. Because I think, we've watched some pretty key documentaries, haven't we? Recently.
Right.
So basically, going back to Donald Trump
drop out of this
or
now.
the US election, it's interesting because in the past few weeks,
now recording,
things have kind of escalated on both sides. Like, you had Trump at first saying that he won't back down and they won't accept defeat or anything like that, and then on the other hand, you have Biden saying that he would not concede defeat either. Even you have think tanks, the ones who influence American policy and such. You have even think tanks suggesting or hinting at the possibility of the involvement of the military.
That's crazy, isn't it? What a crazy idea that the America go around pretending that this sort of like bastion of democracy and stuff, but at the same time they're talking about military having to get involved in elections. Yeah, they're supposed to be this like foundation of democracy that they spread this brilliant ideological and political system around the world. But then they need the army to come out and protect their elections.
What was that quote?
Absolute mad.
What was that quote? I can't believe who authored that quote, but it was saying that they shall see real fascism when American foreign policy returns home to its own borders, or American aggression returns to its own borders.
Who said that? I mean, it sounds like the sort of thing that Putin would say, or something like that. But if you look at those riots that have been going on earlier on this year, some of the burnt out buildings definitely looked a bit like the state that they've left Iraq in, didn't it? So, I mean, it is coming home to roost. It's happening. So yeah, what a strange situation that we are in right now in the world, that we've got America who
in quite
still
a decline.
Yeah, well, they're still going around pretending that they've got the world's best system and all this, but then at the same time, the military's having to come in to defend this election from both sides. I mean, it's almost like capitalism has drained all our culture in the West. So now music is just capitalist dribble.
Hang on.
You know,
we have a question. We have our very first question here from Ryan. Do you think if Biden wins, Trump won't leave office? Honestly, things are quite unpredictable at this moment. But however, personally, I don't think that he'll take that to. I don't think that he'll stick to his word. I think that eventually he'll come to realize that things like these you don't play around with, and eventually he'll step down.
I think there might be a court battle.
That at least, that is a possibility. But as I said, things are very hard to predict at this moment.
Arabian Socialist in the chat there, you've put, wait, USA is fascism. Yeah, USA definitely export fascism on the rest of the world. If they're the people who are paying for these Ukrainian fascist gangs to rise up and all this. They're definitely the purveyors of fascism. But what you're seeing on the streets in America now, when you're seeing liberals saying America's now fascist, it's not. Just look at what ISIS do in the Middle East, and then just look at what's going on in the USA. They're not comparable yet. Hi, I came back from voting Trump. Accelerationism. We need this country to burn to the ground ASAP. Nice. Well, my country is definitely an imperialist. Sure. So right, let's get on to introducing our first guest, because let's waste no more time. Tom, do you want to introduce him and bring him in?
Yeah, have you made the podcast room available? We can.
Yeah, he should be able to. He should be able to join. He has access.
Okay. Right. So our comrade and friend from America, one of the only Americans we would obviously allow onto this podcast. We are an anti-American action zone generally. But
whoa.
We no, just for our fans. But yeah, over to comrade BayArea415 here. Let everyone know who you are. I'm sure everyone in here probably already does, but for our other viewers who may not.
Hey everybody, how's it going? It's BayArea415. You're hopefully one of your favorite Marxist-Leninists from the States.
Absolutely.
Yeah, lucky to join in with y'all to talk about some electioneering and the whole farce of the Democratic Party and whatnot. Glad to be here.
Absolutely.
Glad to have you here.
So, Bay Area, I'm pretty sure that you have a background on the roots of the current...
I don't know if I can hear anybody.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Tom. Sorry.
Maybe you have me muted?
Have you got everyone muted by any chance? They can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you, Bait. You might need to turn the music that we've got on down. You can right click.
Oh yeah, if you right click that RYTHM bot and then just mute it or something, that'll kill the music. That's what I've done.
So
I think any tech difficulties we'll have tonight, we'll let Tom describe him because,
No, it's not fair.
So can you hear us?
Is that any
now?
better?
No, still just Tom.
That's very strange.
That is weird. Well, Tom, ask him about what he know or his background. Or sorry.
This is not going to work. We're going to have to get him to.
No, we're not doing this.
Yeah, get him to log out and log back in and see if it works.
Okay.
Yeah, try leave the room and rejoin it, Bay.
We do apologise, everyone. This is our very first
Sorry.
time streaming.
we're bad at this.
Let's have a look at the comments, see if there's any questions.
Yeah, I just still hear you. It's all good.
Oh my
Let me
god.
see what can be done.
Right, did you mute the music bot?
The music bar.
The bot.
The
Where's
RYT. It's in the podcast room, like group.
Yeah, all I see is the. Sorry if I'm dispelling too much. Well, maybe we can just join back with the general and try to figure this out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you try and figure it out. Yeah, and we'll carry on because there's some election. Kentucky at the minute. We've got Donald Trump with 16,000 on the count, and we've got Biden on 6,029.
I'm currently on CNN Politics, and right now they have 20. Oh wow! Right, so far around 43,000 votes have been counted. 68% to Trump, and 29.6% to Biden so far. Kentucky seems like Trump is in the lead, as well as Indiana. Trump again is in the lead, but I think these are states that have been predicted already for a Trump victory. Is that correct?
I don't know. I've not got a predicted map up. Let's get one up. Very prepared tonight.
Absolutely.
But you know, this is you never are on these songs. That's the joy of election night, isn't it? It's a free for all.
Mm.
Now, Zena, earlier on we set you the task. We set you the task to check Chinese news on the election, and
my boss left.
You went away.
Can you hear us, Bay Area?
Yes, I can finally hear you. Perfect.
That is brilliant.
Okay, so
tech issues resolved.
Okay, we've got Bay Area back. Well, I'll come back to you later, Zena, on that. So start again, Tom. Take 2.
Okay.
I wasn't saying anything. I don't think.
I think it was me.
Oh, was it? Okay, Sammy, you go ahead.
Okay, so Bay Area, it's brilliant to have you on tonight. So I'm sure you have a background on this. What is your take on or if you can explain to non-Americans what the roots are of the American electoral system, and essentially how it was from the very beginning rigged in the to the favor of the elite and the bourgeoisie.
Oh yeah, no problem. I actually just spoke about this on a podcast that I had recently, but biggest point is just the founders, quote unquote, founding fathers, were basically just white owning slave owning elites that had property and really disliked democracy. I heard you guys mention, or everybody here mention, Michael Parenti, and how this idea of democracy is just really a farce. And it not only stretches in American history, but also, back to the Greeks, when they claim about democracy, equality, and freedom, but except, nobody that owned land and everybody who was a slave didn't have a vote. Like, this whole illusion of democracy is just a farce in the West, at least, and living up to this today even. I mean, when we look at the Electoral College in particular, it was basically set up to prevent quote unquote mob rule, or the majority ruling. And because of that, basically Americans in each state, whether it's California, Nebraska, Texas, or New York, they're not necessarily voting for the president directly, but rather they are voting for how many representatives or electoral votes the state can cast for a president. So that means that somebody in Wisconsin or someone in Nebraska even can have a much more weighted vote than somebody from California, the most populous state. And we had candidates that won so many times within the popular vote, but not the electoral vote. I mean, it happened. In fact, it happened with Hillary Clinton, believe it or not, that she won the popular vote but lost the electoral college. And this was a mechanism used by our, founding fathers, quote unquote, to basically screw over the majority, screw over the people. Obviously, I think population proportionality and everything is important. Obviously, this is where the most people rise, and these are where everybody resides, and they shouldn't have the votes diluted because of a minority. However, obviously, I'm for minority rights and whatnot. So they should have some rights protected and things of that sort, but not to the point where we are literally being ruled by a minority democracy. And that's not, we're not even getting into the sort of wealthy elitism, the oligarchies and things of that sort that United States is really pushing, or United States is already in. We don't have a democracy at all, and the electoral college doesn't really even matter because wealthy elites basically hijack the messaging for both parties, so these parties serve them. But long story short, the electoral college is a big farce, and even with the popular vote, however, I think we'll still kind of suffer similar or have similar struggles with wealthy elites trying to hijack our elections without what may be necessary, what we need to do in order to stop that. So,
right.
And you've not said, but who do you actually want to win, or are you not bothered like at all?
No, I'm not bothered at all.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, I think the most important thing right now is to kind of realize that whether Joe or Trump gets back into office, we're either going to get delayed fascism or accelerated fascism. It's not. It's like the Democrats set up this structure, or you set up the conditions to realize that the next Trump, whether Trump gets into office or not. I mean, if you get Trump into office, there's obviously going to be more suffering and whatnot. But I think that will definitely push people toward finding solutions outside the voting booth, something that I really, really try to advocate for. But with Joe Biden, it's really frustrating to see how many quote unquote leftists, especially Western leftists or American leftists, are trying to dilute revolution, trying to dilute movements in order to justify to cast a vote for Biden. And that's the most frustrating part that I'm getting.
Well, I completely agree with that.
Getting really, yeah.
I mean, it's similar to here in Britain, Vorsheitis. That's what it's medical. The medical term for this is Vorsheitis.
I like it.
Hashtag Vorsheitis. It's the same in the UK. We've got the Labour Party over here that are just getting more and more to the right. Our democracy over here is an equal. We don't have as much layers of shittery as it sounds that America does, but it's definitely similar. Now go on, Sammy.
Let me just say my condolences to Jeremy Corbyn. I know that he could have done so much more to prevent things like that, but liberalism is always creeping, and I don't know. I mean, I know know that there's a lot of things that Jeremy Corbyn should have done and and things of that sort. But it's definitely a shame to see how he was dispelled
Exactly.
and slandered.
Indeed, I think the problem is he was shackled by the chains of the parasitic nature of the Labour Party itself. Also, if you
and
allow
I think
me...
this.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh.
If you allow... apologies. If you allow me to ask you now, if you know... hang on, what was it? So yeah, basically, I got this take from Caleb Maupin because I follow him frequently, and he says it's no longer exactly this lesser of two evils case. It's more like it's just two evils but different flavors. Now, in the case of Biden, you have his vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris. I think it's safe to say that it's pretty obvious if Biden wins, it's going to be Kamala Harris because the other guy will just drop out of dementia and whatever. Now,
or drop out because of his age, physically dropping off the face of the earth.
Is it? Is it safe to say that if Biden wins, that wing of the ruling class will try to change things in order so that nothing like either Trump or Bernie Sanders can ever happen again, and that there will be a lot more social media censorship from the Silicon Valley giants?
I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, if Biden wins, let's first start off with what will basically happen to the American left that was sort of rallied once Trump got elected. I posted a meme where I don't know if you all seen Toy Story, but the boy drops the toy and says, "I don't want to play with you anymore." Yeah, and instead it's the Communist Manifesto. It's like, we're really not well equipped, especially when seeing American leftists, defend and try to vote for Biden. And on top of the fact, Kamala Harris just kind of creeping behind the curtains and possibly going to take powers, whether that's the plan or not. I mean, that's why I'm really it doesn't really matter, especially as a communist or a Marxist-Leninist, we still have to sort of focus on organizing and keep doing what we're doing while trying to rally the people more onto our side. I mean, it will probably, and unfortunately, I think not only the United States, but the West in general, they are reactionary, not in the political sense, but in a emergency sense. If there is another death or another travesty that is not answered by the Biden or Kamala Harris administration, then people are going to start getting rallied up. But it's obviously going to be different. Will it have? I mean, you're going to have maybe a crying liberal president saying, "Oh, this is devastating. We should do something." And they will be a lot more sympathetic. They will calm the situation down more, but still nothing will change. With Trump, at least, you had an antagonizer. You had somebody that was saying, "No, forget you guys. Your movement is a farce," and that just rallied us more. And
like
this is why I say this is.
Wait up, Tom. Tom, just before you ask this question we've got from the chat, I just want to ask, who do you think out of the two is better, like geopolitically, for the world? Not, forget about Americans' problems. Which president has the best foreign policy for the world?
Oh, Xi Jinping. Hands down.
I agree.
We're all in firm agreement there.
Out of Biden and Trump, then.
Well, out of Biden and Trump, that's so
let me make it easier for you, because I was about to bring this up as well. And as someone who's lived the majority of my life in the Middle East, I was born and raised there. Now, a lot of at least anti-imperialist Middle Easterners and many other people from the third world as well, it's kind of easy to say that we prefer a Trump victory over a Biden victory, because with the Biden victory, the forces behind him are the ones that initiated this soft power strategy of influencing the opinion of the third world populations and via these NGOs, and obviously we saw those manifestations with color revolutions and the Arab Spring and in Syria. But with Trump,
Right.
it's a lot easier to resist American aggression per se, because there are a lot more outright militaristic, yes. And obviously, it's a lot easier to resist calls for outright war with Iran, for example, as opposed to like the low-key funneling of NGOs within Iran, just as an example. So what do you? And also, then you have Biden saying that Trump needs to be a lot tougher on Kim Jong-un, for example, and a lot tougher on China as well. What would be your take on this?
Now, it's really interesting that you point that out. I mean, it's obvious how what the shift of Trump's foreign policies has been since Biden or Obama, Bush, and the predecessors before. Trump has not obviously reduced our empire. However, there were no new wars, for example, no brand new wars. I mean, I was super scared that they were going to invade Venezuela, for example. And thank goodness that his sort of colored revolution protests and all this, it's not really effective. This strategy of just trying to get a minority opposition to in the press and rallied up and spotlighted and whatnot isn't really working. It failed in Venezuela. It's failing in Hong Kong. And somewhat in other places. I know Thailand is another issue
Belarus
as
is
well,
failing.
but Belarus, exactly, and these sorts of, we're just going to fund a minority opposition and have them in a positive spotlight in the media so people can rise up. It's not having sort of the Arab Spring effect that it once had before. So I'm happy to say that imperialism has indirectly died down a bit because of that. Now, I've seen the statistic that Trump has upped drone strikes, has upped, his aggression, at least with the U.S. soldiers that are on the ground. There are a lot more violence with that, and that's frustrating. And that's why I'm kind of conflicted, because when you compare this to, I would say, an expert like Biden, who knows what he's doing, who is actually very, very savvy when it comes to imperialism, empire, kind of quarterbacking with Obama with the Iraq War, and he's a war hawk. He's definitely a war hawk as well. There's no doubt about his aggression. I set a poll saying, who is most likely to start World War III or start war with China, for instance. And obviously, a majority was with, I said either Trump, Biden, both of them, or neither. Obviously, both of them was the majority vote. However, it was very interesting to see that a large majority of users voted Biden second instead of Trump second. And Trump has always sort of campaigned on this notion is like, no new wars, we're getting out of there, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, that was another lie. We're just sort of maintaining empire while trying to topple other countries without the need to invade. It was very concerning as well that he hired John Bolton as a national security advisor, and I believe that's where he got all these ideas along with Marco Rubio. However, I know Bolton wanted to invade. I know Bolton wants the United States to invade all these countries, and he was hoping to do that with Trump, and Trump said no.
Do you think the choosing of John Bolton was forced upon Trump by, as Putin puts it, the men in suits that come in when someone's elected president?
Yeah, I would say that's a fair assessment. I think with the Republican Party kind of now harnessing the Trump energy, I notice his stances on many things. I mean, he was once for universal health care, he was pro-choice, he was all these sorts of things, but then he changed dramatically a year or two before the election and during his campaign in 2016 and in his presidency. And he just got, as we all see with many of these sorts of leaders, they become more a part of the system rather than changing the system. And that's more to do with capitalism rather than, that's just how the system works.
Like the example we've seen with Bernie Sanders.
Exactly. I mean, I know Mike. I always point towards Michael Parenti's video on how he kind of broke off friendship, with Sanders because of his Yugoslavia and whatnot.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I think as well.
Sorry, I believe we have a question from the chat. Tom, take it away.
Yeah, I'll ask that in just a sec. Just want to say beforehand, like, I think another thing with Trump, another threat with regards to this victory is if Trump wins, obviously you know exactly what his foreign policy is because he tweets it out. He tells you what he's going to do. He warns the leaders he's about to assassinate. This is
The lad gets up at like 7 a.m. and first thing he does when he wakes up is reach for his phone and tweets something out. He's so funny. Carry on, Tom.
But Biden, as you said before, Bay, like he's very, very kind of like he's been in the military industrial complex for long enough that he's a very good player in the game. He knows what he's doing. And even though he's probably riddled with dementia himself, like he's going to know that the best thing to do is to pack his cabinet with a load of CIA level war hawks who he can just rely on to get on with the American dream of, I don't know, destroying China or whatever their new American dream is of this century. But like the key thing is going to be that Biden's cabinet is going to be a lot more proficient than anything Trump can kind of stack. And that's why, from a Western kind of perspective that's not American, we're kind of looking at it and thinking, well, we want the American empire to decline. So it's preferable to have a complete idiot in charge rather than just a dementiated old fool.
I think that is, considering what Trump has done, especially for rallying the left, for initiating the United States decline and failing internationally to pursue an American agenda, which is obviously against humanity's agenda. I think he's done great. However, I would really love to see how China reacts, since they are the, oppositional quote unquote superpower that may need to be a lot more savvy if Biden gets elected. Because I know Biden's just going to continue what Trump has done, and I think China really has to be wary of, whether or not they win or lose or open up or close down. They really have to be wary. And I think overall, among in the international community, don't trust Americans, especially after seeing, don't trust the American presidents or the authorities, especially after seeing how back and forth a presidential administration can be.
Speaking of
obviously not reliable.
Speaking of untrustworthiness and being back and forth, have you heard about that story that the Americans essentially promised Sudan, the post-color revolution government of Sudan, that if they normalize relations with Israel, then they'll be removed from the terror list. Now Sudan has now officially normalized relations with Israel, along with trade and such, and now they're back on the terror funding list.
Yeah,
double cross.
Not surprising. Yeah, not surprising. I mean, America is gonna, once they find what their source of power is and their leverage with the communities, they're gonna use it. And history has just shown that. That's just plain fact. I think Sudan is probably one example, but not the only example of
Absolutely.
how a country can be your friend one day and an enemy of the next. Iraq, for example, even when you go down to Afghanistan with Osama bin Laden, with the
Noriega.
CIA, Noriega, everything. It's just really frustrating. And I really hope the international community learns from that. But at the same time, I really know how it's really frustrating how sort of trade embargoes and the lack of stimulation in an international marketplace can really drain a society as well. So it's a very difficult decisions for these societies, but I think it's really time that they understand for the short term or long term, United States is not going to be a reliable partner, and to take away the power that they have, the economic power that they have in the global marketplace is key. And probably something, probably another discussion on why China is super important for the global marketplace. But long story short, don't trust what the United States is doing.
Sound advice. Tom, ask the question that we got from Addison in the chat.
Yeah, Comrade Addison here has asked us, will 2024 give us any hope for an MAS-style socialist movement in the USA? Obviously, electoralism will never be enough, but with a true movement, it plays a part. Now, obviously, there are some socialist parties, I say that with kind of inverted commas, because I don't know how effective they are, in the USA, such as is it PSL? And obviously there's CPUSA and some other smaller ones as well. So do you see that as being something that could happen, like a kind of electoral victory, even on like a local level, in a county or state or something?
Unfortunately, I don't think so. Even if there are socialists and communists that win in local elections, which I think there is one that did get elected in Wisconsin, I believe. But the thing is that our election system is set up so these parties do not have the power to rock the boat. There's always this notion that if you vote third party, you're throwing your vote away, and it's true, but that's not the voters' fault. That's the system's fault, and that's why I don't think a electoral victory for the left is ever going to happen. I released the video talking about this, the speech about why voting hurts us. It doesn't help us, because while we're giving legitimacy to a very corrupt system, we're spinning our wheels. To even think that this bourgeois system is going to even allow any hint of leftism, while ignoring what happened to Bernie Sanders, while ignoring what happened with the corruption that was so obvious, the collusion that happened between the moderate Democrats and everything else, which was all legal, but at the same time incredibly corrupt. It's still, I think that should be any American leftist wake-up call to say that our election system is not the hope that we need. I think and the thing is that I always point to the example too that, you got AOC, Alexander Cortez, in Congress. You got Omar, you got all these quote-unquote progressives in office as well, but things like George Floyd still happen. The Black Lives Matter movement didn't have the answers when you elect progressive candidates in a bourgeois system.
Just let me stop there for a second. AOC, while we're on AOC, she voted for the Hong Kong Democracy Act, and I'm pretty sure she's voted for this Xinjiang Act as well. Carry on anyway.
Yeah, and we're not only that, she met with Bolivian
fascists.
Bolivian fascists, waving the flag for a Twitter op, saying that it was a good thing to oust Evo Morales and whatnot. It's incredible. Even weird. If it was ignorant, accidental, or whatnot, it's incredible to see that these are not the leftists that are quote unquote woke enough or astute enough to realize that this system is not the answer. What I like going back,
Yeah, sorry, I just, so sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted, obviously you can answer this after you finish your point, but what is your view on the nominations such as Christopher Halali for Congress with the PCUSA and De La Riva's 2020 presidential campaign with the PSL?
Well, the reason why I think, going back to my point, basically why elections of these sorts of nominees, these quote-unquote progressive leftist nominees aren't enough, is pointing towards BLM, excuse me, and their movement, especially after George Floyd and the riots, and how quickly politicians were able to not fully answer, but at least initiate some reforms to prevent some things like that. I mean, that should be the wake-up call for all leftists to say, hey, movements work. Movements and protests and strikes and unrest actually pushes us in the right direction on what we desperately need. However, as I said before, I made another video about the BLM protests and the riots, that it's obviously not enough. We need organized movements. We need organized unrest, and especially in our system. Now, going to your question about Christopher Halali and Gloria from PSL, I think they do a fantastic job of getting our message out there. And I think that goes in line with what Lenin was saying about elections. We need our party and our members to sort of infiltrate the ranks of these elections, not to get elected, obviously, because we know even if we do get elected, we're not going to go anywhere with the bourgeois parliament and system, but it's to get the message out. It's to say to everybody, hey, hello, there is another way, that we don't have to rely on this system. And I think it's a horrible example, and pardon me if I do too much of it, but Bernie Sanders, at least in the 80s when he was a socialist, got elected, and his message rang so much with Americans, at least when he started running for president and whatnot. But now that he is off and kind of sellout and whatnot, it sort of diluted the message. However, it sort of drives the point that if we have our people at least on these stages, whether it's for elections, nominations, or even getting positions of power, it's more about getting people within our ranks, understanding our ideology, and moving our movement forward, rather than trying to persuade people to vote for Joe Biden.
Exactly, because I think it's safe to assume that the vast majority of Americans, especially those in the rural areas who tend to be socially conservative and vote Republican and such, have never even met actual communists and seen that they are just normal people, and been exposed to actual Marxist ideas, which I'm pretty sure that most of them would agree with if they like.
If you could have the conversation civilly and without this sort of falling apart, then yeah, I totally agree with you. I think there has to be, when we're talking about leftism and that as well, we need to, it's not just this like thing that a few people need to do. People need to get amongst the actual working class and talk to them, and not just like push them away and shun them and call them fascists or whatever. If they've got wrong views, then you can correct that, but you don't berate them for it. You have to understand, well, communists should understand that those views come from a capitalist education, and you can see this in America. Like the schools, it's almost like the American government know that they don't really need to educate Americans. They just need them to go out to work. So the education standard is so low. And that breeds this sort of contempt that, like Sammy's talking to. You don't even have to ever meet a communist to hate them. You just get told to hate them. It's that kind of thing, isn't it?
I mean, it's almost culturally ingrained in Americans to the point where communism is a taboo subject, and if you don't immediately reject it, you become suspicious. And but going back to sort of engaging with folks outside coastal cities and whatnot, I always say I think revolution will definitely happen not in the coastal cities, but sort of the Midwest areas, because look what happened where George Floyd took place. The George Floyd riots took place in Minneapolis, a city, yes, but in the Midwest, and it wasn't in New York City, it wasn't in San Francisco, it wasn't in any of these other places. It was in the Midwest, and most of these movements are going to take place there because there's not this liberal concentration of sort of appeasement. You don't have leaders sort of crying out the way, or you don't have such resistance, liberal resistance towards the lashing that communities of color are truly suffering from. And this is my frustration, because when you look at San Francisco, you would think that we would have someone more radical than Nancy Pelosi, but we don't. And you would think, but looking at other cities and other places, and how progressive they're becoming. I mean, it's really interesting how people are becoming more receptive in these sorts of areas rather than the coastal areas. And the liberal establishment's kind of entrenched its roots within these sorts of places, so that it's very difficult to kind of pull them away. I always say it's very interesting in San Francisco, we don't have a Republican Party in power in our local politics. However, the moderate Democrats have been sort of a thorn on the side of the people here. And it's incredible to see how the homelessness situation has just skyrocketed without any actual socialist policy. But that's for another cast.
The same in the UK. Homeless population has just skyrocketed since the Tories sort of took over. Now, Tom, we've got another question from the chat from John. Read it out.
Yeah. Before getting into John's question, just a bit of background. In the UK, in the last election, a lot of working class people voted for their class enemy, the Conservative Party, an openly bourgeois, openly capitalist party. And they did so purely on the contentious issue of Brexit, because Jeremy Corbyn had abandoned the issue of Brexit and focused entirely on his socialist vision, which he thought was kind of going to be, enough, but it didn't end up working, and caused his overall downfall because he abandoned the Leave side, which was traditional trade union, working class kind of side of things. But do you think that the Bernie Sanders is selling out when he endorsed Biden recently is actually going to persuade more socialists and genuine leftists to actually vote for Trump instead, much like how British workers rebelled and voted for their class enemy? People will openly vote for their class enemy in America as a rebellion against the milquetoast liberals such as Sanders and such.
I think yes and no. I mean, we definitely had that effect in 2016, where you had a clearly establishment candidate really kind of...
Hold on. I just want to stop. Donald Trump has won in Kentucky.
Oh, has he?
Oh,
Okay.
I've just seen that, yeah.
And Joe Biden apparently has won in Vermont.
I've got to refresh the map.
Carry on.
Yeah, we've got... we got with Joe Biden victory, three electoral college votes. Kentucky, Donald Trump victory, 8 electoral college votes, and then we've got 2 which look like they're going to be won by Trump: Indiana and New Hampshire. They're showing at over 60% turnout for Trump. So that's looking so far like is that expected? Is Kentucky a traditional Republican state, or?
Kentucky is sort of expected. What you really want to look out for is sort of these the states above Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, and Minnesota. Minnesota's probably going to go to Biden, but and also you want to look out for Florida. They're a swing state, but they usually go Republican. Georgia's a surprising swing state, and but
Florida,
New Mexico.
coming in as well.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Florida.
North Carolina this time as well.
North Carolina, yep, North Carolina, New Mexico and Colorado usually go blue. Texas is surprisingly up for grabs, but I think it's just going to go to Trump at the end as well. So with that said, going back to the Bernie question though.
I was just going to get you back there. So let's go on back to that question.
In 2016, you definitely see more of that effect because we were getting really tired of establishment candidates, and to just have one non-establishment candidate versus an establishment candidate, a lot more people, especially in places like Iowa, I felt really related to Trump's message of anti-establishmentism. But now things are different. Now that we kind of experienced the sort of Trump administration, yes, Bernie lost, but everybody is now knowing what's at stake. But at the same time, this is why I'm getting frustrated with the left for not finally getting fed up and saying, screw the system. It's not representing us. If you want, vote. Don't vote if you want. We still need to just fight in this thing. We should no longer focus on the ballot anymore. But what the American left instead did was this harm reduction sort of strategy, which of course benefits Biden. And it's really frustrating that that's the approach when it doesn't really fix anything. It only either keeps the status quo or, ushers in a new sort of rightism that we're now have to get used to, and now is going to be the norm. Trump has definitely pushed the Democrat and to not even realize that Americans need universal health care. Americans need debt relief. America needs all these things, especially during the pandemic. I can go on why the left is sort of failing with the strategy of just vote for Joe and it'll be easier to get our agenda BS, because the Democratic Party has just already shifted to the right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I agree with that. Think Joe Biden is the
sold out.
Go on, Tom.
I think Joe Biden is the return to normalcy president of our time.
Right.
Who was it that said return to normalcy? Was that Roosevelt?
Didn't we have a question from the chat?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like the Joker here from The Dark Knight. People wanted to go back to normal, but there's no going back.
Yeah,
especially
I see that.
Trump.
I feel that.
Yeah, there's no way we can reverse what happened, and now we ultimately know how flip-floppy the quote-unquote American progress can be when it can just easily be taken away by another president. And there's, especially with our Supreme Court, the way that it's structured now, I think it's really going to be dangerous to have your faith restored into American systems simply because of Democrats now in power.
There's a comment here in the chat that says, comrades, it's worth noting that Bernie is trying to simp for Biden in 2020. It's probably because he was promised a high position in the healthcare administration. So it's like, he just gets bought out and turned into like a puppet. So you're kind of right. And I think what you're saying about America not being able to recover there also ties into the fact that like this is the century of socialism. So America's fighting, it's walking against the tide in terms of socialism as well, and against socialism. I think China said months ago, before all these trade wars and stuff, that like we'll just play fair with anybody who wants to play fair with us. Like it's America doing all this to themselves. It's so strange that you've grown up in the 90s and America was like this king that had toppled the Soviet Union, and it's just fizzled out post 9/11, like got stuck in Iraq and just fizzled out. You've got people in the Middle East able to just keep them at bay, people without even body armor on. It's just America in such a situation. And just before you get onto that, I just want to introduce Tima has joined us from Australia, and we've got Vito in Hong Kong as well. So lads, both of you just say hi.
Yeah, g'day. How you guys going?
G'day.
Nice. Has either of you got a question for Bay Area?
Not much, mate. Wait, one question. Are you using a voice compressor, or is your voice naturally deep?
I am using a voice changing software at the moment. So
Nice. So you are the Joker. Go on, Vito. What were you going to say?
I'm a big fan of yours, especially when you did the videos in Hong Kong and the very thorough analysis. I would just want to ask about what do you think it's going to like if either of the candidates, if both one of the candidates is going to win in this presidential election, what do you think is going to impact the Asia Pacific area, especially when it comes to China or Korea, Japan, or even South Asia like India and the sorts?
Sure. I think, unfortunately, it's going to maintain the course as it is. I think it's just really nothing's going to really change with that. And I think we talked a little bit about before how Biden is a little of an expert when it comes to foreign aggression and imperialism. And this is the most daunting part that we sort of have to realize when voting for somebody like Joe. It's just the fact that those that vote for Joe are going to have blood on their hands when he initiates his imperialistic actions especially in Asia and the Pacific, but also in Latin America as well. The biggest thing is that they are doing this alliance with India, Japan, Australia, Korea, and these sorts, and just forming a protective conclave against China. And I know China obviously has some great allies, and it's just going to be one big mess if an incident happens. And that incident's probably going to be, in my view, Taiwan. However, I do have to say, if there is a violent incident that happens, it will just be an incident. It's kind of like a dog barking, and when he gets bite, he's gonna go kind of okay, let's negotiate. We don't want this to escalate or anything of that sort. What do we need to do? However, I think China, and I'm really glad that they're doing this, they're getting more and more defiant against the United States, saying, get the hell out of my territory, get the hell out of the South China Sea. This is our territory. Taiwan is part of this country, and we don't need you to be around here. And it's incredible. It's infringing on international law that you are supplying weapons to Taiwan when we're not supplying, or China's not supplying weapons to Puerto Rico or Guam to get it.
Or Antifa.
Or Antifa, I wish. But
although they've reported this though, haven't they? I've seen reports on like on like really right wing Reddits about like weapons found from China in Minneapolis and stuff like that. So Republicans have been sort of sharing this crap.
I was gonna say, do they have like what's the rifle that they use? The QZU or the special PLA rifle? I mean,
I've just got this image of like
QBZ.
Antifa. I've just got this image of like Antifa fighter jet pilots piloting J-20 stealth fighters over like the city in Philadelphia. Dogfighting with the US Army.
Antifa would definitely be a force to be reckoned with. There you go.
So now that we've passed the 1 hour 25 mark, I think it's a good time to just give a quick update on the results.
Go on then, Sammy. Give us an update.
Right now, obviously, Trump is a projected winner, according to CNN, for Indiana, with 64% lead, with a 64% share of the votes. However, in Kentucky is almost neck and neck, with Trump leading by a smidge of 52% of the votes, still ongoing.
No, he's won Kentucky.
Oh, really? I've just refreshed this.
He's won Kentucky. I'm looking on the New York Times map, and it's saying he's won it. It's changed to the color of
fake news. New York Times.
Well, basically, I see Virginia, Florida, and New Hampshire as all being red with a slight Trump lead. Florida, surprisingly, is only a 53% Trump lead.
Yeah, Trump's definitely won Kentucky, 60, and Biden's in Vermont.
I'm seeing
a lot of the young
16%.
Gusanos.
Sorry, Bay Area had something to say. Go ahead.
No, Florida's only reporting 60%, but what about Gusanos? Because I love talking about Gusanos.
Oh, no, but like a lot of the young Cubans, mate, like they're not like the old dads. They don't, they're not anti-communist. They're not they're not pro-Trump as much as, say, the dads or mums are. So they would just vote differently from their parents. And, Cubans aren't the main sort of group of Latinos now in Florida. There are a lot of other different groups. I mean, that's why Trump was trying to cut the Venezuelan vote, that is sort of with Guaido and stuff, because they want to secure all of that, because it's such a sort of significant swing state. And there were also now there's like a lot of Puerto Ricans, a lot of from all around, Latin America.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, just to quickly touch upon the Latin vote or whatnot, Cubans were definitely more of a Republican bloc, voting bloc. However, I know that's changing because younger generations are starting to realize, hey, why are we voting for a guy like Trump? And sort of, this is where I actually came from my realization as well. Both of my parents are Latin, but my mother in particular came from a country that was having a revolution in the 1980s, and she is a diehard Republican because basically she not as much anymore, obviously, but she used to be a diehard Republican because Reagan gave her the amnesty and citizenship and fought against the commies and whatnot. But at the same time, it's I don't know. I mean, I am really glad when I went through my transformation into communism, I had to do a lot of self-analysis and self-criticism about my family and its history to realize what happened and why communism, why it really took place in Latin America in the way that it is. And I think a lot of young Latin citizens in the United States are doing that as well. So there may be even hope for that. So.
I'm just going to stop you there very quickly, very briefly. It seems that Biden has just taken a slight lead in Florida, 49.8%.
37%. Yeah.
Sleepy Joe making a comeback.
This is...
Yeah, I think... Go on.
Yeah, sorry. This was just a quick interruption. Continue on, Bay Area, with what you were saying.
No, I mean, but like I was saying, Latino Americans all over are sort of stopping this notion of, Fidel took my family's plantation, even though that's always, the go-to joke. But at the same time, you're having very little sympathy when you're just pointing towards your family history, when your family were kind of capitalist elites in that country, kind of exploiting the people. And I'm really glad that at least in these communities, they're starting to wake up to that nonsense. But yeah, I'm seeing Florida is 43% reporting, and it's a close one, but 51% to Biden. So.
Yeah, just got to be wary about exit polls as well, because a lot of exit polls only count voters on the day. Some of them do phone exit polling now, but the people that are voting on a day are mostly Trump voters at the time because they don't care about COVID, or they're older, so they like to turn up to vote instead of, say, mail-in voting.
Yeah, and I think as well, like it's a similar thing. We've had it multiple times. Like I think the with the Brexit referendum in the UK, that was predicted a Remain victory for pretty much all night, wasn't it? And then it came in, and it was Brexit won, obviously, and there was a lot of people were surprised because the exit polls were all proclaiming a massive Remain win. And the polls are always off, and you can never really trust them.
I mean, the working class are probably working that day or something.
So I just have a question for our friend, our guest. Either way the election turns out, for example, what do you think will be the reaction from both the radlibs, such as the Antifa groups, as well as the right-wing militias that are very pro-Trump, always flashing their guns around? What do you think will be the reactions of these groups of people either way?
Well, I think starting off with American leftists, I think they're just going to get more. It's ironic because I feel like they're going to get vilified with this victory. I think they're going to say, "Oh, we were right. Everybody voted for Joe Biden, and this was the best thing for us. We know it all," sort of thing. And I don't want to say, very arrogantly, that's what they're all going to say, but I understand that once you finally, you predicted something and you were telling people to do something and they do it and you get the results from it, there's going to be a little more relaxation from that part. But on the other hand, if the right, which may act violently, especially right now because of the defeat that they have with their guns and everything, I wouldn't be surprised if there is violence against the left and whatnot. Maybe that will sort of be the wake-up call where we're like, hey, this is not okay. But what was really frustrating, especially when looking over ContraPoint's voting video, Natalie basically said, what are you going to do? Fight the U.S. military? We need the military on our side. It's like, no, we don't. We don't need an imperialist capitalist army on our side to be fighting for the people.
But the thing is, let me just ask you this, because we have seen that the US military in the past has absolutely no problem bombing its own people, its own cities, if they pose a threat. Yeah. For example, you have this, I forgot the name of the town, but it was the 1920s, and it was dubbed Black Wall Street because you had a lot of prosperous black businesses. Exactly. And they got initially a race riot ensued. Yeah. And then the police, or I don't know if it was the police or the military, but they firebombed that entire city.
Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's Tulsa, Oklahoma, I think.
Yeah, it was Tulsa.
And that's the thing. When you see the brutality of the military, especially the military under capitalism, work against the people like that, especially communities of color, there's no trust to be had with them. However, it's obvious what that may be, what that may cost. My frustration, however, is that a lot of Western leftists think that this revolution is bloodless, and what will be sacrificed. And I always say, I don't agree with accelerationism. I don't agree. Obviously, it puts a lot of people in needless danger, and it's not morally, it doesn't hold up to the morality theory. However, we are always first on the chopping block. Communities of color and minorities and communists, socialists, and those that defend them are going to be the front lines of this fight. And I think we really need to recognize that. It's not the fact that, if we keep the status quo a little longer, we can protect you guys. It's like, no, we're constantly getting burned down here, and stirring up the pot while we're still at the bottom is only going to just alleviate some of the heat more. It's not going to stop the burn.
What do you think of soldiers, though? I've just sent a picture into Discord. No one will be able to see this, but it's a picture of a soldier, US cadet, Spencer Rapone, back in 2016. He became a bit of a meme with his hat and his Che Guevara shirt. Communism will win. Soldiers like that, I mean, they are there. they are there.
And that's
you
the
know.
thing. I'm not. And the thing is that it's the same thing. It's kind of sort of the same argument that we have that there are some good people in the military. Probably there are some people in the good people in the police, but that's not the overriding sort of element that we're trying to say. Is look, if you're from the military and you renounce all these sorts of things and you're willing and able to join us and really get ready for these sort of sacrifices that may potentially happen, you know, I'll be glad to call you my comrade. However, you know, I know that's not the norm. You know, that's more of the exception. He is definitely more of the exception within the military, rather than actually, you know, having a brigade of folks like him, you know, and it's really frustrating. What did they do to him? You know,
they kicked him out.
Exactly. You know, they threw him out, and his name was tarnished. You know, so it's not. I really do find that yes, if you are able to risk yourself within institutions like these that are meant for the oppression of our people and our communities, then you can be a fighter, obviously. I mean,
it was a bold move, wasn't it? The guy has got balls.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a hero.
I don't, and that's the thing. I do understand, and I do think that there needs to be a reconciliation process when it comes to folks that comes from these, you know, class enemy backgrounds. You know, if you weren't once a landlord, that you are now fighting for the people. If you were once a police officer, if you were once a soldier, you know, there needs to be a process of, you know, of healing or reconciliation. That's key. But at the same time, to just write off somebody like him and say, nope, he was imperialist, fascist pig. No matter what he did, that's it. We don't want you in our ranks. It's too absolutist for me.
I mean, Spencer Rapone was kind of radicalized because he served in, I think, Afghanistan first. Then he went and applied for military college to become an officer in West Point. So he kind of saw the carnage as well, and at that point, I'm guessing he was already a bit irky about what the US is doing around the world.
Yeah, what a better place to learn about that though than in the belly of the beast, in a way, you know. It's just,
and I agree, but just to go back to the point about ContraPoints, we need the military on our movement. No, we don't. You know, and if I always say, look at the campesinos in Cuba or the Vietnamese farmers that were facing the mightiest empire. It's really, I really dislike it when leftists say, oh, they got drones now, they got all these technologies and everything. It's like, yeah, so do the people, you know. I think if you actually read Che Guevara's and Mao Zedong's guerrilla warfare books, and a lot of books about guerrilla warfare as well, you can effective and how effective it may be. But I don't want to steep too deep into violent revolution or anything like that. But at the same time, if we're talking about military combat, if we're talking about, oh, we need the military on our side, it's like, wait a minute. We can obviously see in history that even the mightiest empires fell to, you know, people that didn't have such training or equipment, you know, and to say that revolution, oh, that's a pipe dream, it's not going to happen, blah, blah, blah. It's not only, you know, very degrading and disparaging to all those fighters, but it's also not the reality that many countries have already realized.
Yeah, to add on to that point.
Go on, hold on. Just before you get to that, Tima, I just wanted to say there was it is possible, but I get what you're saying is that the military, they need to distance themselves from the military if they want to stand with the communist movement. That's what we're trying to, I guess, what you're trying to get at. There's a comrade in the party I was at that was like, he was like ex-special forces in, I think, like the French Foreign Legion or something. I was listening to him speak once, and he was talking about how now he runs like a charity for ex-servicemen who have become pacifists and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, you know, that's the direction that sort of military people who need to go through. They don't need to be on our side in the current, you know, you don't want the US Army on our side, but you want those defectors from the US Army to stand with us. Go on, Tima.
and they have such invaluable, knowledge and whatnot that can really help our movement as well.
Exactly.
Whatever direction the
Yeah,
movement
like
takes.
a good.
I
Well, West Virginia is more like
yeah.
the old coal mining states, sort of. Yeah. So they really did like coal.
Sammy, have you dropped out again?
I think we're. Oh boy.
Isn't that where like all the military and
Wow.
stuff is?
Yeah, well, Hillary Clinton won Virginia, I think, 2016, barely, which was kind of embarrassing for her VP running mate because he was actually representing Virginia.
Oh, that guy was so boring. What's his name? Tim Kaine? or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tim. Yeah.
Dude,
People
how do
are
they
saying
pick
we're back.
someone so boring?
People are saying we're back again. Just want to
You
check.
guys seeing the Virginia vote breakdown? It's saying that Joe Biden's got 48.2% and Donald Trump has 50.2%, but Joe Biden's won. How's that work?
Let me see. In Virginia?
Yeah, Virginia.
It probably hasn't updated yet. If they called it, that's. I think it was like.
Oh,
the
yeah,
thing is,
if
they
they
would only
call it-
call it.
That's the thing. If they call it like that, even though he may be lagging behind, they are just.
If we're back on in the chat, just write Guaido is the king of America.
No, yeah, true. He's the new president of America.
He's the king of
Guaido.
America. Yeah, Guaido. He's the king of
King
America.
Guaido.
Someone write that in the
So-
chat if they can hear us.
They're only claiming victories in states when they're 99.9 for 5% sure. So there's still a 0.05% chance that they're wrong. But yeah.
Yes,
Technically,
amazing.
yeah.
They can hear us.
Okay, they can hear us. We're on.
We're back.
Oh boy.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Rob
I think
said it as
Sammy
well.
I do
got
sincerely
kidnapped by the
apologize for all that
conservatives or
crap.
something.
Someone got kidnapped by a conservative. Tell us more.
Sammy got just silenced by MI6 just
Oh
then.
my God.
What happened to our...
He's
to
still
our-
silenced.
Wait, what? What is going on?
How's he keeping the server alive? Wow.
Yeah.
Ah, crap! I
You've
forgot.
got
I
a gun
muted
to his head right
myself.
now.
You
He's
forgot
a
you muted
martyr.
yourself.
So you're a martyr
because
for
I was
movement.
testing the stream on my phone.
Oh, that's probably what kept knocking us offline. Anyway, we're back after that short technical.
I do sincerely apologize, everyone, for the technical difficulties. You know what student accommodation Wi-Fi is like.
But this terrible bloody capitalist monitored internet, isn't it? That's like just so as slow as they can make it.
Speaking of monitoring and internet, these Silicon Valley giants, the amount of data they collect and the way they manipulate it to influence opinion not only on domestic affairs but also on international affairs, even when it comes to like the US election, it's quite scary.
It is.
Nice.
And I think they have more control than people think. I think, well, the thing is that I really am, I can't really fathom the fact that people are so scared of China's AI and what it can do and what it's doing with the, like, what's the trope, the facial recognition or the, credit score or whatever. But at the same time, when you look at Silicon Valley and the amount of data that they can collect and try to customize ads towards you, and not only that, just simply give information to the FBI, CIA, NSA without getting a warrant. I don't know too much about the law over there, but here you technically have to get a written signature by a judge in order to collect evidence against a suspicious person. And these governmental agencies are just going to Facebook, Google, and all this other stuff and are saying, hey, we need this. And basically these social media outlets are saying, yeah, no problem. And that's dystopian.
It's all projection.
Say,
I mean, yeah.
This is what Snowden warned about years ago as well.
Big time. I mean, and it's only gotten worse from what he reported, and he's just going to continue reporting on these sorts of and many more are just going to keep reporting on what Silicon Valley knows and doesn't know. But on top of that, especially with that bombshell that we were talking about a little bit before, that Facebook is actively censoring leftist media and leftist news outlets. It's such a hypocrisy of quote unquote freedom of speech.
Yeah, well, Twitter. There's a grey zone report on Twitter being used by America to push right-wing news, and it's like they're paid for adverts, aren't they, and stuff like that. It's like it is really abused, and the internet has changed. Can you remember in like 2011 when like the internet was wild still, and you had like Anonymous hacking Westboro Baptist Church, and you had those kids hacking FBI over the summer and stuff, and then after they all got caught, the internet just changed into being like 4 websites: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Amazon. They're the websites everybody uses nowadays, and they're all just like co-opted and owned by the same couple of rich people. But like before then, the internet was wild, wasn't it? You could get away with anything.
It's just another standard like example of monopoly capitalism, isn't it? I mean, like everything that capitalism touches, it forms monopolies around, and then and this is the same for the internet. When you allow them to have unfettered access to this new military piece of software, because that's what it was. It was a military thing before it was widely available to the public. Like, was dangerous. And then obviously when you allow the capitalists to just take charge, that gives them too much power. Now you look at Facebook and you say, like, you talk about them censoring people's speech and them censoring leftist websites and stuff, but their reach goes far beyond like what they do on their own website. Like recently Facebook has started a new cryptocurrency, which is tied to what they refer to as a basket of currencies, including the pound, the euro, the Japanese yen, and the dollar. Nothing to do with the Chinese yuan. But what this is important is basically if this were to take off because it's more rigid and tied to a more trustworthy, in inverted commas, kind of network than something like Bitcoin. What they're saying is this would have an adverse effect on the values of these currencies. It would have an inverse effect whereby, obviously, rather than the currencies affecting the value of the Facebook money, it would be the Facebook money affecting the values of the currencies. And this would be the first time that a company has been allowed to affect the geoeconomics of the world, which is quite a terrifying thing, really. Like nowhere, like obviously you have companies doing it via the US, obviously via lobbying, because the US is just a conglomeration of companies essentially, with a fake democracy smacked on the front. But if you talk literally, this is the first company to have a direct hand in being able to change the price of currencies independently, geoeconomics, without any kind of democratic oversight, because it's owned by fucking Zuckerberg, and that's terrifying.
And that's the thing, it's almost like a neo-feudalism, I remember when Google tried to open up their own housing for their workers, and their own small town, basically, and they're now encroaching on like tenant law. What will happen if somebody gets fired? Basically, you have to have an eviction process and everything that goes with it. But now they're owning the laws, owning the security, owning areas like actual land for themselves, and can enforce whatever they want. And now, as you said, in Facebook with the cryptocurrency and everything affecting everything else, it's really quite interesting and impressive how these corporations are now getting more and more power, acting like almost like a state,
But then again, it's Elon Musk's another fantastic example of it, isn't he? Where he's got like his 5 or 6 different companies, but he is an integral part of US imperialism, causing coups, or at least having a direct hand in or profited massively from coups in Venezuela and Bolivia. Just like these are individual capitalists that we know the names of. These aren't the Hillary Clintons and the Obamas and the other drone lovers of the world. These are the people who are selling us things on Amazon. These are the people who are the friendly face of social media. It's sick how these people have been allowed to accrue so much power, and no one has challenged them throughout the system. And I think that's where liberal democracy wants to head. They want to head towards a technocracy where you've got 4 or 5 massive capitalists in charge of a technocratic empire where, yeah, you've got UBI and no one needs to do anything, and everyone can, I don't know, USB happy thoughts into their head or whatever when Musk comes up with something like that.
I think
that
a very similar situation was like this during the Cold War, with the monopolies over the television programs, along with like the owners of the big 4 super major oil companies. If that makes sense. Yeah, go on, Tom.
Yeah, no, that was it really. Basically, I'm just saying, like, you know, when at least when America has the visage of a democracy, and that it at least pretends to keep its companies in check for the past 100 years or so, but you've always got these large titans of the age that drive the like America's geopolitical kind of desires, and it's like, you know, it was the coal barons back in the 1800s, shit transitioning into like the 1900s, and then you've got the oil kind of tycoons, and then but now the new sphere is this kind of social media technocrat. And they've all got these horrifying kind of like megalomaniac views. Like Elon Musk wants to colonize Mars and has said that Earth laws are not going to apply to his Mars colony. Who says that? That's an insane thing to say. Like, I don't. Like, I can't believe I've just said the sentence. Earth laws will not apply on Elon Musk's Mars colony. What the fuck? Like, this is the state of the world we're in, where you're giving people so much money that they're talking about founding Mars colonies when you've got other people starving to death and freezing on the streets. And
yeah, the worst part about that is like people try to compare that to what China did with their nuclear missiles they were developing in the 60s. But the thing is that the nuclear weapons they developed in the 60s were basically vital for the survival of the Chinese state at the time. So if they didn't have it, they would have been eventually invaded by, you know, a resurgent Taiwan or the US. Well, this is totally different from, say, just, you know, vanity projects.
Sorry to interrupt everyone, but it seems like we are going to have a second very, very special guest. We're about to announce. Fran, are you on to sending him the info?
Yeah, I've sent him the info. He's going to join us in a minute. We'll keep it back until he's joined. So, you know, if you get sharing. He's waiting for his dinner to arrive first, and then he's going to join for a bit. So okay,
then in that case, I'll reserve my question to both Bay Area and our second special guest when he lands.
Oh, okay. Go on.
But yeah, I was going to say we're actually going to. Sorry to interrupt, but we're actually going to film our next video coming up shortly. We're going to talk about Cuba. Our next video, but we're going to start.
Awesome.
We're going to start like in 30, 45 minutes. So I may have to hop off for that and then jump on the video. But then once we're done recording and everything, I'll try to see if we can hop back on and try to continue all this.
Awesome. While you're talking about Cuba, we've got an article on our website written by one of our comrades on Cuba. I don't know if you've checked it out, but
no, I haven't. What's it on?
It's about capitalist rumors on Cuba, and she collected like what the capitalists say and then what the truth is. I think she went through like Fidel's autobiography and fully sourced this, like look into all these lies on Cuba. But check it out if you've got space on your video.
I was going to say I actually talk a little bit about that, and there's some great YouTubers. I forget how you pronounce it. Azur Scapegoats. He has a ton of videos on Cuba and explaining their democracy, and he even has a video directly addressing whether or not Cuba's going capitalist. I'll send his link to the channel on the Discord and on the chat here. But
awesome.
He has a great information about how Cuba's developing, and even, you know, when they're opening up their markets. But I see that our guest is coming on, so
Awesome. Yeah. All right. So are you saying you're gonna shoot off now and then come back later?
I'll wait for the question. I'll wait for the one question that may have for the both of us. But and then after I'll have to jet out. So
awesome. All right. So he's just joined the server. He's not joined the voice channel yet. So hey, let's get him in the chat.
I'm away from keyboard, so this is a surprise to me as well.
Nice.
Hello.
For everyone. Is he in? Hello. Well, I'll just introduce him now. We've got Caleb Maupin here as well. Has just joined us.
Hey.
Oh.
How's everyone doing?
Awesome. Yourself?
Hey, man.
I can only be on for a few minutes, but I'm glad to be here. Thanks.
Awesome.
Advice.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure here. While you're here, quickly, Sammy has got a joint question for you and Bay Area to answer. So we'll get straight in that because they can go and eat after that.
All right. So Caleb, long-time fan of yours, just to point that out. Anyway, so the question was, as the world faces a turning point with the economies of the third world countries becoming more independent thanks to China's Belt and Road Initiative and that sort, and with the prospect of more revolutions where third world countries break from the chains of financial domination of the US, such as Bolivia, for example, and Venezuela, and so on and so forth. How do you think that will reflect onto the American ruling class and therefore American society?
I think that the division between the rich and the ultra-rich will continue to advance. That's a long-standing division in U.S. politics. There is a globally minded ultra-rich faction. I talk about the Rockefellers, I talk about the big banks, I talk about Silicon Valley. And there's the rest of the American ruling class that is just concerned about its own profits. And the wedge will continue to grow. And I think there will be factions among the lower levels of the rich that will start to realize that trading with Russia and trading with China and trading with
Caleb, let me just stop you there.
Yeah.
You go faint every now and then. Could you
Okay.
just,
hearing some intense background music. Am I supposed to be hearing that?
Oh yeah, you might need to turn it down. You might need to just mute it.
Okay,
And,
how about
hold
that?
on. What I'll do is I'll pause it while it's up. There you go.
Okay. Should I just keep talking?
Yeah, that's cool.
Going.
We can hear you clear now.
All right, cool. So basically, I think that there's going to be a faction among the lower levels of capital that starts to realize that trading with China and trading with Russia and trading with Venezuela and Bolivia and Cuba and countries like that is in their interest. And it may not be in the long-term geopolitical interests of American capitalism and imperialism, but it's in their short-term interest. We're already seeing that around the country, in places like Iowa and Minnesota. There's a lot of small towns and stuff that are really benefiting from trading with China. There's a lot of American farmers who aren't happy with the trade war that Trump has imposed. And I think that really we're seeing already the breakdown of the notion that there is a unified interest for the American ruling class because, Trump is doing his own thing and the majority of the ruling class is angry with Trump because he's working in his own short-term interests, not the long-term interest of imperialism. And I think that the divisions when it comes to foreign policy and who we do business with and trade with internationally are only going to intensify. As the capitalist crisis happens, the rate of profit drops. The capitalists begin to fight among each other and scramble with each other for crumbs. This is the natural process. This is what Dimitrov and others described when they were looking at the 1930s. But now, with the existence of a very, very large anti-imperialist bloc, I think different capitalists are going to have different international ties and different loyalties, and it's going to make it very, very hard for the U.S. state to really kind of unify its apparatus against any particular individual force of opposition.
Yeah, I agree with that. I've said for a long time that the USA doesn't actually offer anything to the world, and if it wants to carry on, it needs to start actually offering, whereas these other countries do offer things
South
back.
Carolina.
Bay Area, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure. And I've seen Trump just won South Carolina. I think that was the report. So very interesting, despite having 1%. But either way, I agree with Caleb to a certain degree that there is going to be a crisis with capitalists.
You're seeing this in
trying to
Europe
develop-
already, by the way. This is happening in Europe already. Capitalists
and
are
that's the
choosing Russia.
thing. And that's the thing. It's really frustrating that there's this tension when in reality both countries, especially between China and the United States, can really benefit a lot with some cooperation. However, United States really has to get over the fact that they're not going to be number one anymore, especially with
Exactly.
their economy.
Exactly.
And that's the big barrier that is just going to stop these sorts of relationships from taking place. However, like Caleb says, capitalists are not going to play this game for long.
Exactly.
Because there are profits to be had. And I always remember the passage from, I believe Lenin stated the tax in kind, when the capitalists will always be subjected to the profits. And whether it's going to be through sanctions with China, and then they're going to have to go underground in order to make a profit, or they're going to have to lobby Congress to do something about it. But at the same time, I really don't want to hold my breath because, whether or not there may be bigger profits to be had in a different sense. For example, war may be profitable for some of these capitalists. Halliburton, Boeing, and everything else, when you have more capitalists rising at the drums of war, trying to entice people to fight and whatnot. This is my fear, and I don't really want to. I'm not a sort of fearmonger in this sort of sense, but really seeing how the political tension between China and the United States is coming to a boiling point with sanctions and whatnot, and then having Biden or Trump's foreign policy against China has been very aggressive, and it's really rallying the American people towards that, along with choking out Cuba. I mean, the biggest thing is that when we were, like I said, our next video is about Cuba, and when we seen, Obama open towards Cuba, but then Trump closed it up again. Even though the Cubans were really excited about their markets opening up to the United States, and the private industry or the private sector, as small as it is in Cuba, is really trying to get at this new source of revenue. It's very frustrating to see how regressive it is now, because the United States implemented the embargo again, and it's even more staunch than ever because it's including Venezuela, where they get their oil from, and because of the COVID situation, it's exacerbating the conditions. So I would say I really do think that there is a possibility that capitalists can't really hold their breath in the global marketplace anymore. But at the same time, there may be larger capitalists that will push this notion that maybe there can be profits with this sort of aggression. So
I think
I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but
I think we've seen this. Hold on, I think we've seen this exactly in the UK. You've got the Conservative government who did all this business with Russia and China over David Cameron's sort of tendency, and you even had the Labour Party throw in Mao's Red Book at George Osborne and being like, "Look at you! You might as well be a communist for doing that many deals with China." Go on, Caleb.
Well, the crazy thing is that if you look at the way things are playing out in the United States, we all know the Democrats are emphasizing opposition to Russia, while the Republicans are emphasizing opposition to China, right? There's this big hubbub and attack on the fact that the Trump administration, some of their people went on RT, and, there's the whole allegation from the Trump camp that the Biden, folks are all soft on China. and there's the trade war that Trump has really made. But at the end of the day, Russia and China are economically closer than ever before. And in fact, right now in China, they're increasing their ties to Russia right now. They have a coal to natural gas transition program where things that ran on coal are going to start running on natural gas. And who is the major supplier of natural gas to China? Russia. And so, it's like the Democrats are hammering home the Russia stuff. The Republicans are hammering home the China stuff. But Russia and China are joined at the hip economically. So if you attack China, you're attacking Russia. If you attack Russia, you're attacking China. So at the end of the day, they just can't make up their minds, but they have basically, they're going after the same entity. And they're going after that entity in Venezuela. They're going after that entity in Cuba. There's still hostility to Vietnam. It's the same struggle, basically. And that what China is doing with One Belt, One Road Initiative and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is they're creating an alternative economic order that is raising millions of people out of poverty and is not restrained by the irrationality of profits and command. And while different factions in the American ruling class and state apparatus pick different heads to target, it's really the same entity they're going after, the same thing. And this is something they cannot really get their heads around. And what is really the clincher is that they're all tied into it in some way or other. Right? I mean, it came out during the 2016 election that Donald Trump had violated the U.S. embargo on Cuba and had done business in Cuba. Right? There are plenty of American businesses that do business in Russia, plenty of American businesses that do business in China, and in order to put up a wall against any of these countries and really just give them the all-out blockade that like North Korea and Cuba have been subject to, they have to step on the toes of a huge section of their own class because the U.S. ruling class is spread out all over the world, invested in all these different countries. So they're in a crazy situation. They can't do the Cold War thing anymore where they just barricade all the anti-imperialist states. They can't do that. And so they don't quite know what to do, and they don't have a unified strategy about how to do it.
This is reminding me of a book that I always recommend about. It's called the Hell of Good Intentions. I don't know if you've read it, but it's exactly what you're talking about. It's about the failures of U.S. foreign policy in this unknown battle that they've sort of put themselves into. Who was about to ask a question then?
I was. Fascinating insights. Speaking of the Cold War, do you guys see the rising of a hardcore fascist movement, such as those, God forbid, in Ukraine, for example, those hardcore, outright neo-Nazis, and gaining a significant strength within the United States? Or do you think the post-Cold War mentality of American society is too centrist for that kind of thing to happen?
Caleb?
Well, here's the thing. The reason Donald Trump exists is because during the Cold War, the American ruling class cultivated a very big section of the population to be dogmatically right-wing, deeply religious, and deeply fanatically dedicated to anti-communism. And then, as the 21st century got going, the ruling class argued that it was kind of in their interest to kind of have a liberal upgrade and just kind of change the trappings of how U.S. society operated. But they had trained this section of the population for decade after decade after decade to think in a certain way. And they're not going to change, right? And so Donald Trump comes along and he's figured out, how to get those folks to rally behind him, what talking points, really get those folks fired up. And that's the situation we're in. Now, I will say that if Trump loses tonight, right, that will cast the American right wing into a state of complete and utter confusion. Because right now, being a conservative in the United States really has no meaning other than being loyal to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is sitting at the center of so many different interest groups and constituencies. There's a reason that he's so inconsistent as a president. It's because within his own camp, there are so many different groupings and factions that he panders to, and they don't even all agree on what they want. I will say this, that the economic circumstances in the United States are just apt, for demagoguing, right? That people are suffering, people are angry, people are in a mood to fight, people want to blame somebody for their conditions. and that there will be more Bonapartism after Trump, right? No matter what happens with Trump, there will be more Bonapartism of the right wing and of the left wing, and that if you think Trump is scary, whatever comes after Trump is going to be even more scary and more right wing. And that Trumpism is, you know, in a way, it is very centrist, as the questioner pointed out. It has, you know, kind of a centrist edge to it because it's pandering to older folks who remember the Cold War. But you know, something much further to the right than Donald Trump is very, very possible among younger people that are right wing, I think, and that is something we should all be concerned about.
Was that you,
This is
Tamer?
the first time.
Hold on, did Tamer say something in the middle of that?
No, I was just agreeing, mate. Yeah.
Oh, right, you were just agreeing. Go on, Tom.
Wait, didn't
didn't
Bay Area respond to the question?
No, but just very quickly, I agree with Caleb's assessment. I do think that, especially if Joe Biden wins, I feel that there is sort of, if you all haven't noticed when it came to, presidential elections, there is a rise in minority voice getting more attention and whatnot. Whether it's, Obama with the Tea Party, then Trump and Antifa, quote unquote, according to the media, and then in the Bush era, the anti-war protesters and whatnot. But it is going to be very interesting to see how the right rises from the ashes from here, because obviously they're not going away. And there is a lot of festering and frustration. I'm always really, it was very interesting, for example, when the terrorist attacks or the ninth attack happened in France, and all of a sudden there is this huge burst of Islamophobia coming back, raging back. And just when they were in the forefront of condemning China for their treatment of Uyghurs and whatnot, even though they were trying to stop the radicalization that, does these sorts of attacks in the first place. And to see that happen, to see the hypocrisy happen and the contradictions continue to rise, especially economically right now, I also fear a Trump 2.0 after Biden that is really going to take hold, and it's going to be much more damaging than what we experienced with Trump. Now, do I think there's going to be a civil war or a neo-Nazi movement? I wouldn't say. Obviously not tonight. Obviously not going to happen when these election results come back out. Especially, well, and if all depends on Trump's reaction as well. But seeing the conditions, like Caleb said, seeing the economic conditions and the scapegoating that the West always does, I will not be surprised if there's an incident or several incidences or a spark that leads to such movements.
I agree. I mean, like, basically Biden and Obama created the first Trump. So if Biden's going to come in, there's going to be another Trump coming in, even more right-wing, but perhaps this time more, in a way, competent, I'd say, being able to be more, actually sort of work with the Republicans as a whole, sort of be having a more populist swing. And also, do you think that Trump's going to be conceding, or will he just, declare victory if he's ahead tonight?
Caleb?
That's a toss-up for me.
Well, I want to say that I think the thing that makes Donald Trump not as potentially dangerous as someone who could come after him is that he has done nothing to change the economy. I mean, economically, Donald Trump is pretty much a libertarian. I mean, he imposed Bush-era tax cuts on the rich. He deregulated oil drilling. He deregulated Wall Street a little bit. But, the way the Nazis were able to solidify their power was by taking very, very swift, dramatic economic moves. I think it was put by the British politician Tony Benn. He said Hitler stabilized the German economy by putting half the country into concentration camps and the other half into military uniforms. Right? Mm-hmm. Now, that is fascist Bonapartism. That's what you do, when you are facing a capitalist crisis, is you take very swift, dramatic moves to stabilize the economy by beating people down and engaging in repression. Trump hasn't really done that, right? There's been a lot of demagogy. There's been obviously many problematic statements that have been made and a lot of problematic things that have been done. But I don't see him, taking swift action to just kind of reboot the economy and resolve the capitalist crisis. And that is the big difference. Now, as far as tonight, look, I make no clear prediction, right? But I will say that if we get a drawn out contested election, I think it's very, very likely that Trump will win, because at that point, it won't be about how many votes you get if it's contested and drawn out and in the courts. It'll be about how hard your base is willing to fight. And when it gets down to it, the Trump activists, the folks who've been going out and blocking highways in New Jersey and surrounding Joe Biden's, caravans on the highway and stuff, those folks and Donald Trump are very close, right? There is coordination between them. However, if Trump is victorious, the folks who will go out and protest, the Black Lives Matter movement and the, anarchist, far left, campus leftists, those folks in the Democratic Party leadership are not at all really connected, right?
Yeah.
And that Biden is not encouraging those folks to really go out and fight for him.
Yeah, Trump does that in debates, doesn't he?
Stuff gets broken if he loses, but he's not gonna spur those folks on to go neck and neck with Trump. Trump's forces in the streets are gonna go toe to toe until Trump wins. Biden is likely to eventually concede and then kind of give a wink and a nod to some activists to go and break some stuff, but there's not going to be as much of a go for the jugular as we'll see from the Trump base. The Trump base has a very different character and relationship with the candidate than the activist left does with Biden.
Trump's got much better marketing. That's what it is, isn't it? Trump's a marketing meme.
I think that's an absolutely fantastic point that you just made there. But I think this whole thing that we're watching in front of our eyes, this whole circus, is kind of like it's capitalism dying in front of our eyes. You're watching the right wing of the capitalists kind of adapt to this and become more and more willing to embrace the far right and tell the white nationalists to stand by and get ready, and they're preparing for some sort of insurrection. Not now, I don't think, but in the coming 5-10 years, the right wing of the American system is kind of, the far right wing is kind of it's anticipating the collapse and it's preparing itself. You see the far right in America has got militias. They've got well-organized kind of training camps. They've got an almost fascistic dedication to freedom and liberty. And that's why you see it kind of represented by this "don't tread on me" flag so much. That will probably be the fascist flag of
kind of connects to the Bonapartism that Caleb's talking about. Basically, Trump's like a new Napoleon, where they're going to try to revive his, dynasty. But do you think Donald Trump Jr. or Eric Trump's going to be carrying it on? If Trump,
No. I think the perfect figurehead personally would be someone like his daughter,
Ivanka.
The perfect kind of girl power, girl boss, ultimate fascist.
I think
she's going to be Napoleon II.
I think BayArea had something to say a couple of seconds ago.
I was going to say, actually, I wouldn't write out the American left just yet, especially if there is a contested vote. Obviously, Caleb and everybody else, including myself, have a lot of skepticism when it comes to their organization and whatnot. However, if there is a contested election and Trump is attempting to stay in the White House and whatnot, this is where the Democratic Party fails. And this is the strength, I feel, this is the one strength that the American left has. There is no organization. There is nobody controlling them. And when there is something as upsetting as that, it may spark something because, as we've seen, and I think this is the biggest example of this was George Floyd. Beyond the BLM organizers, there was no Democratic leader telling them to protest, riot in the street, create a movement behind the death of a innocent black man that has just been the precipice of this entire brutality and oppression. And when this spark led to riots and protests and movements, I think there was really nothing but time that calmed it down, and there were some actions taken and whatnot. But when I see, and this is where I'm going to sort of kind of give a different prediction if there is a contested election and a lot of leftists in the West don't see, or in the United States don't see this as legitimate. Um, ContraPoints in her voting video, um, as much as I disliked it, she even said, if Trump is illegitimately sitting in office today, then we will go out. Then we will protest. And I slightly would say that may happen. And because when I saw the George Floyd protest and how close they got to the White House, and to the point where they were shaking the fence, that was something that was really not seen by the American left for a long time. And I say that this was more, despite this being a very universal sort of movement against police brutality, it was leftist led, especially because of BLM. And if there is a call out for the legitimacy of the presidency, you may see some sort of retaliation from the left that may get violent. Now, I'm not saying that this may take. It's not going to be the revolution that we may want, like a sort of structured, organized sort of movement against it. However, there may be a larger protest or movement against Trump that may end violently, may do something to shake things up. But ultimately, it will be very interesting to see where that leads. Unfortunately, that's the ultimate question, and I think I can go back in a circle and say Caleb may be right that even if all that happens, nothing is going to change because we're talking about the American left that does this for a while and doesn't really have the structure to, continue push on beyond reforms within our bourgeois system. But I wouldn't count out the American left so far as to say that if Trump is saying no, I'm going to be president, forget all you guys and forget the ballot, forget what it says, I'm contesting it. Then there's probably going to be a reaction. But is it going to have any teeth? Probably not.
The militias are just. Wait, hold on. The militias are just more in the open as well. I think that's what it is, isn't it? They're literally they know about like license to carry and stuff, and they'll enact it and walk around with guns because they just that's them, isn't it? That's their personality. So it kind of makes the right look bigger, and the news will always. It makes better TV reel, doesn't it, to go and interview some wacky libertarian who lives out on a ranch who's got loads of guns and says crazy things about the government. It makes good TV, doesn't it? So these people get airtime especially over communists. So, but, there have been some massive left achievements in the US, like you say. You can't forget that.
I mean, I remember there was the black woman in Kansas City that it went viral. She was calling out the police commissioners in Kansas City for basically trying to have photo ops with black children and trying to, save face, but in reality it's all a farce because they know what police officers do in their communities. And I was following her Twitter account, and she was saying she's been stalked. They're going around with registered, unregistered cars around her apartment, and she's noticing these things. And now she said that she's got protection under. Let me see. I'm pulling up her Twitter right now. She got protection from a black military group or black militant group that has weaponized themselves. That has they're called the NFAC. I'm not too sure about their affiliation, but there are those groups, especially in minorities communities, that are arming themselves as well. But like you said, they don't get the airtime that these militias get. And I know a lot of leftists, especially in the Socialist Rifle Association, that have been trying to organize more defensive measures for their communities and whatnot as well. But it's is it enough to where, these conservative militias are, it's going toe to toe with these conservative militias? Absolutely not. However, there are factions, at least in the left wing, that are trying to prepare for these sort of defenses that may happen after this election. But
And also, just while you were talking earlier about the Black Lives Matter leftist sort of movement, it was Grey Zone, wasn't it, who like exposed that the police were having to agitate and cause these sort of violent
Right.
attacks to provoke it because the movement was so organized in a way, wasn't it? So you're exactly right in these observations, I think. You're both right. Go on, Sammy.
Just to bring up an update, RT reported a few hours ago, National Guard units have been activated in 16 US states ahead of possible post-election unrest.
There you go.
There's been a lot of that happening. Activating the National Guard and bringing them into cities. There was a lot of businesses boarding up their windows as well. So it's been happening all across, and it's very interesting because I didn't really think. I may be living in my own bubble here, but I don't know how violent it may get either tonight or tomorrow. So.
Well,
it's going to be like one of those end of the hockey seasons in Canada when the team wins and they go and ruin their city in celebration. That American tradition.
Well, so
one thing that.
Go on, Sammy.
Yeah, we're almost 2.5 hours into the stream. That was quite an accomplishment there. I think I have a question for both our special guests. What do you think should be done, especially on parts of progressives and the left in general in America, in case of either outcome, in terms of the class struggle? Caleb?
Well, I'll answer this, and then I actually have to run. It's been a long day. I've been, and I got to be up tomorrow morning recovering, more of this. But what I said on my last, people should feel free to vote however they want to vote, and all of that. But if you're a serious Marxist, I really urge you. You don't know how valuable you are, in this country right now. If you're somebody who actually takes these ideas seriously, you don't just think there's something nice to tweet about, but you actually really want to see a socialist United States. I really urge you to sit this one out. Don't go die for Joe Biden. Don't go die for Donald Trump. I mean, this is a mess. This is a fight between two factions of the ruling class that are very vicious. That both are very, very opposed to everything that a genuine socialist is about. Kamala Harris and her record in California is abysmal. And the fact that Kamala Harris led her supporters to march out of the hall when Bernie Sanders was speaking, making clear that they would not support him if he were the nominee. And, this is not the night to go out and get killed if you're a Marxist. That's just not. I think that folks who want to see a better country right now, let the rad libs go out and fight the Proud Boys, and let these two factions fight it out. But what we need more than anything is to get to the masses. I mean, the average Americans who have never met a socialist or a Marxist ever have no idea what we believe, think that communism is everyone getting paid the exact same wage no matter how hard they work, or have these delusions. We need to get into communities and get people to understand an optimistic socialist message, that socialism, it's not about burning your house down to take revenge for the genocide of the Native Americans. Socialism is about empowering all working people, lifting them up, and building a new America where people come first and not the profits of billionaires and bankers, and building a new system where the United States relationship with the rest of the world isn't about a zero-sum game, but rather one based on win-win cooperation where we're getting wealthier as we get wealthier as other countries we trade with are getting wealthier, and there's mutual benefit where we have a government that organizes the economy for public good. We need to get that message out there, and that that there is a lot of destructive pessimism and poison out there, and I really don't want to see good comrades get hurt in the aftermath of a mess where, there's a lot of pessimistic confusion and destructive thinking on one side and a lot of hate and bigotry and disgusting fascistic thinking on the other side. I just, this isn't the 1930s. I mean, Roosevelt had an alliance with the Communist Party USA. He had an alliance with the Soviet Union, and there was the labor movement, and that was a different situation. Biden is not Roosevelt. Biden is not Kennedy. This is a different situation, and I really think that in these circumstances, the best thing that people who really want a socialist America can do is sit this one out. Go protest police brutality. Go protest against an imperialist war. Go protest for labor unions and their rights. But I think protesting for Biden, protesting for Kamala Harris, not the best use of your time, in my view.
Awesome. I
Just,
couldn't agree more with that.
Just
I couldn't agree
like
more.
Caleb.
Hold on, Sammy. Caleb, thanks for joining us.
Sure
Awesome.
thing. I'm gonna run, and my best wishes. Thanks for inviting me on.
Caleb has a book, by the
I've
way.
seen some of your stuff, BayArea415, and it's fascinating. Great work. Getting the truth out there about China. Best wishes to everybody. Have a good night.
Good night,
Awesome.
Caleb.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Caleb.
Caleb.
Yep.
See you later, mate. Enjoy your evening.
Just to
Hi, comrade.
do a plug-in for Caleb. He has a book written about Kamala Harris. It's called Kamala Harris and the Future of America. Do recommend everyone to check that out. Anyway,
Nice.
so Bay Area, what do you have to say?
Yeah, definitely. I somewhat agree that I am definitely not going to join a protest for Biden if Trump, is contesting the vote. What I am going to do is, as a Marxist-Leninist, is try to go out there and support comrades of color, communities of color that may be in danger because of this. And if there is an opportunity to spread our message through that way, I think that will benefit us in a certain aspect. But I mean, the biggest thing is that those people that are ready to protest Trump through this election, I don't think we're obviously trying to get to those people. What we're really trying to go for is, hey, don't you think this system is screwed up enough? Don't you think it's time that we do something about it now? And I think those are the type of people that start to question, what are we doing? What have we? How far have we gotten to this point where everybody's here now protesting the president in such a way, in such a fashion? So in that sense, I think Marxist-Leninists should be strategic if it comes to those types of protests.
I agree with that.
Especially with the rat libs. But at the same time, in the long term, of course, organize, of course, agitate, educate, organize, and continue doing what we're doing. But at the same time, we do have a new sort of circumstance, especially if Biden wins. I think we touched upon it before on how this may have a cooling effect for American leftists because...
Well, you've got to see if ContraPoint sticks to her word and carries on protesting after.
But that's the thing. I would love to see that. I honestly feel like... Yeah. I honestly feel like she is going to, it's going to be more like the Women's March, where I always remember the picture of a black woman holding up a sign saying, "See you guys at the Black Lives Matter march," right? And obviously, it wasn't until George Floyd that, it took a person or multiple black people to die in order for people to realize on what's going on. But they were, dogging on Colin Kaepernick for taking a knee for the very same issue.
Exactly.
It's sort of American leftists may take that approach. It's like, oh, we were right, and Biden's in. We can relax a little bit now that the fire's not burning as much anymore. So I think we need to react appropriately to that. We need to have a lot more infrastructure and put our ideology more at play than ever to get ready for the possibility of a cooling effect while still ramping up and calling out the contradictions of American society.
Yeah. So Tom Cotton just got re-elected, which is pretty much what's going to happen. But do you think this guy is going to get more militant in the upcoming years
I'm
towards
sorry.
China?
I'm sorry. You kind of
Okay,
went
yeah.
out
So
there.
Tom Cotton just got re-elected in Arizona, and Trump just won Arizona. We all know that was going to happen, but do you think Tom Cotton's going to become more militant and try to seek a more senior leadership role in being a China hawk in the future?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. I think the bigger question will be what's China's reaction going to be to that? And they're obviously not going to like it. And it's going to be very interesting how relations will further devolve. It's just another slap in the face to have a guy like that try to handle relations with a country like that who does not know the first thing about China, who has just been talking so much smack about China, and take the reins like that. No,
I think China should fund a lawsuit for the Iraqi people to get their gold back from Tom Cotton.
Oh yeah, that feature.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think I've seen something like that might not have been him. Like I saw like a fact-checking website, Snope. And
Oh really?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just sue him, China. Just do it. Just do it the American way. Sue him.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Exactly.
Sue him for Iraqi war crimes, for crimes against Iraqi people, or whatever he did.
Yeah.
Well,
Did you know this, that if The Hague tries to put an American soldier on trial for war crimes, America can legally, in inverted commas, invade Holland and invade The Hague to free their soldier that's on trial for war crimes. That's a real bill. If you Google like America invading Holland, it'll come up with the bill about them being able to invade if any American soldier gets attempted trial for war crimes. It's mad, isn't it? What a mad place.
Yeah, we need a new Hague in China. So that's like
I don't know.
BayArea, does that fill you full of hope for the coming war when you get conscripted against China? You know you can do as many war crimes as you want because the Hague can't touch you as an American.
If there is ever a war, and I'm glad my voice is muffled right now, but if there's ever a war against China, I am not going to fight for the United States. Let's
cut
just
your finger off. Cut your
Yeah,
trigger finger off.
I think as a matter of fact, I probably shouldn't say anything, but at least to say that I will definitely not be fighting the United States on that fight.
Good.
But at the same time, I think, I don't know, it's really fascinating how China's relations has evolved into something like this with the United States, where people like Tom Cotton is becoming a voice against China. I mean, right down to basically attacking Chinese students. Like, why?
Is that not going to end up? That's going to end up hurting America more than Chinese students because they'll just
100%.
not come. They'll just not come next year.
And China's happy because the brain drain's huge, and
nobody loses there apart from the US. It's like what we were saying earlier.
Right.
Yeah, the stark hypocrisy from a dude who literally went to kill Iraqi kids to talk about human rights. Just what the fuck is he going on about?
Look, every person who owns these, every one of these guys that owns like a think tanky NGO sort of thing is some guy like Tom Cotton. It always is, because the real intention of that organization is to just bleed funds and send funds to other nefarious groups. I think you were talking about it earlier with the Cubans. It reminded me of an article. I've posted it in the chat on Discord, but it's an article about how America funds uses immigrants as a weapon. And it was what you were talking about with Cubans being used as anti-communists, and then America doesn't give anything back to these people, so then eventually they turn on USA and stop voting for them. There's a brilliant article by Yasha Levine. It's called "Immigrants as a Weapon: Global Nationalism and American Power." Basically just explains like how every right-wing movement around the world just like exists. So
And I've seen a lot of like explanations from just ignorant right wingers that the Chinese are coming in droves and like China doesn't have enough like a brain drain, but the matter of fact with the statistics is that the Chinese American population is number approximately around 4 million, but the entire population of China is 1.5 billion. So I don't think that China worried too much about where some of their population,
exactly.
like mostly students or families or immigrant families, are going to go to. And it's not going to
bring the country down.
Like there's not going to make it more of a chance to have a similar coup like what the United States did back in Bolivia or Venezuela or any stuff like that, because it's really just when you look at China as a map, and when you look at the geographical sort of this whole how China is sort of really taken notice in inch by inch in every part of their lands, like it's not gonna it's not gonna have the United States going sort of okay, we're going to target one of their core target
locations
just because it's
it's impossible.
It's impossible. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it's impossible.
Like the Mongols tried like a few thousand years ago, and it hasn't, like it's sort of like the myth that the Great Wall of China still be able to hang on to China by this day, and it's been proven fact that it's going to hold on. It's going to hold
as long as it's there. It's going to,
as long as it stands,
Yeah, exactly. It's a
I mean,
fine point.
It's pretty impressive seeing the advancements of the PLA and the military hardware on top of that. When I watched the 70th anniversary parade and watched the military, it was astounding. Because they are becoming a huge military competitor with the West, and I think they are. I think the West is really giving. They are. What you call it when you don't respect your competition and they come
Hubris.
up from behind? Hubris is no. That's another word.
Sportsmanship
belittling or underestimating. They're really underestimating China's military and the PLA, especially when it comes to their, as Vito said, the geopolitical and geographical sort of conditions and circumstances that they're in.
So
but
that's why they wanted. Sorry. So that's why they wanted to target like the people who doesn't have much faith in China, like including Hong Kong, Taiwan, and some of the separatists.
Tibet,
in,
Xinjiang.
Yeah, Xinjiang. Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason why.
I mean, like the Xinjiang thing is.
Let Tima speak first. He was started. Go on.
Oh no, the reason why, like people, they always go on saying that the military developments to do imperialism, but really it's for China to defend itself, because a lot of Chinese, even people who are alive, remember World War II and how a militarily backwards country like China was absolutely decimated by the Japanese, the amount of lives lost. And it was also always a point of pride nowadays that China can actually defend itself from imperialist powers like Japan or US.
Which it has a right to.
Yeah, so it's not really imperialism when they're developing these weapons because it's still most of China's not united fully yet, as Taiwan, as you can see, it still exists.
Yeah, exactly. Imperialism is if imperialism is when you defend yourself, then what a ridiculous sort of definition that is. Tom, what were you saying?
I think like the most like kind of interesting thing about it as well is how China's just developed their military kind of defense industry completely domestically without any outside help. I mean, obviously they had assistance from the USSR at the beginning, but China had no factories building aircraft really. Like there was nothing like that. It was all kind of like aircraft gifted from America in World War II, like the Flying Tiger regiments and stuff. And then now think that after like 70 years of socialist kind of production, you're now having them building stealth fighter jets on par with America, which is like the supposedly leading maritime and military power. They're producing stealth bombers, which are more powerful than anything Russia's ever produced, and on par with like American stealth bombers. And like the Chinese doctrine as well it's really interesting because if you look at it, the J-20, which is China's kind of like stealth fighter, it's not aimed to take down American fighter jets. Its purpose isn't to win in air dogfights. Its purpose is to destroy in-air fuelers, in-air refueling tankers, because essentially without them, American warplanes cannot reach the Chinese mainland. So China basically renders the US Air Force, which is its most powerful asset.
And also the Chinese nuclear arsenal does not have a first strike policy. They will only react if there is a strike. So it's not very aggressive, unlike, say, the US.
And
the US is the only country in the world that has a first strike nuclear policy.
Of course.
Russia has a defensive policy. UK and France both have defensive policies, but the United States of America reserves the sole right to have a first strike policy, and that's not seen as fascistic.
Yeah, and that's why China's also developed a lot of money into anti-carrier missiles.
Hold on, the US don't just have a first strike policy. They actually did strike first.
Yeah, they had
this isn't just a policy.
Policy,
and they struck second as well. You know.
Yeah, and then they tested weapons on indigenous people in the Pacific Islands.
Yeah.
And the plan to nuke over 10 million Chinese soldiers in North Korea, create a belt of irradiated cobalt over the peninsula that would prevent anything from crossing in. But I think your point about the anti-ship missiles is another good point, because it's all about China denying America their advantage. And America's advantage comes from aircraft carriers and their air bases, which support bombers and stuff like that. So if China can cripple go on.
Oh no, it was just the guy, Greg B asked, how many votes will PSL get if they will outperform the Greens? What do you think?
BayArea, do you want to get this? How many votes will the PSL get?
I think it's actually going to be close. I mean, Green Party over here has name recognition, definitely, but PSL has definitely came out of the gates with their campaign. I would not be surprised if PSL got more votes than the Green Party, but I think Green Party would still kind of retain that high party title. So,
I mean, I didn't even know that the PSL was big enough to run against the Green Party. So, you know,
all right,
that's pretty
so
cool.
We're almost 3 hours in, 10 minutes to 3 hours. Just a quick update on the results.
I may have to get going in like 10 minutes, but
okay.
Yeah.
Well, just say when you've got to go, and we'll.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, we've got another guest just joining us. We've got.
Hang on, BayArea. I have to stop you there because you've suddenly gone very faint.
Oh no, that's not me. I think it's Douglas Funniest.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay,
Doug.
sorry.
Oh,
It's
Doug,
Doug.
Doug, yeah, you need to mute the YouTube because you're in it now, so you don't need to listen to what you're in.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys.
That's all right.
No, it's no worries, man. No worries, no worries.
Anyways,
It's all right. Welcome.
So
Welcome, Doug.
That is a very American accent.
Yeah, that's me, the American.
More than
We've
Bay
got
Area.
Doug in to be a token American.
There you go.
There's
so,
still 8 of us. We've got you outnumbered, so don't be trying any fucking imperialist bullshit.
So guys, because Bay Area has to run in a few minutes, I'll just give a quick update on the results, and we'll let Bay Area give his closing remarks. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So it seems like Trump is leading in most of the states that have begun counting so far. He's won states: Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia. Biden has around 5 states, I think, including Massachusetts, Vermont, which was expected, Maryland, and District of Columbia. So far, Trump has 42 electoral. What do you call them?
Votes.
Electoral
College vote.
Yeah, electoral college votes. 42 to Trump and 30 to Biden so far. Though surprisingly, Texas is looking to be very neck and neck, with Biden in the lead at 50.6%.
Wow.
That is
That's
a big
Florida.
surprise.
53% reporting.
Trump.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is a
Google
big
actually
surprise.
says it's like 51.5. Google, that's what Google says.
Though I think Florida 91% reported so far, with Trump just in the lead at 50.7%.
The forecast is that over 95% chance of Trump to win. So that's
Florida's
likely to be a
essential,
Trump
isn't
state.
it?
Certainly
Too many
interesting.
Gusanos,
Florida
mate. Too
pretty
many
much
Gusanos.
essential. Like 55 kind of electoral college votes, isn't it, or something like that?
Certainly interesting. So, Bay Area, you have the floor for your closing remarks.
Definitely. Just want to say this was great. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate being on. And if I do have time after our recording, I'll hop back on for a little bit
Awesome.
to see where we're at. But other than that, thank you so much for inviting me. Go check out the channel if you haven't.
We'll post this Cuba video that you're gonna make. We'll post it on the main account.
Awesome. And I'll let you guys know what happens on my end over here in California. But otherwise, I'll try to see if I'll at least send you a message to see where I'm at later on the Discord. But other than that, good job, y'all. Thanks for inviting
See you,
me.
mate.
Awesome,
Yeah, have a
mate.
good one.
No,
See you later,
brilliant
mate.
to have you. I'm sure we'll have you on again soon.
It's been brilliant.
Chat about China, whatever. So just give us a shout. Absolutely fantastic to
Will
have you.
do. Take care, everyone.
Take
You
care.
too, mate. So yeah, just joining us. You've heard him speak there. Is our token American, Doug. Doug,
Yeah, it's me.
Doug, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I guess I'm an American. I guess I grew up in
Yeah.
New York, kind of in the Westchester County area. It's like the suburbs north of the city.
I feel like I just opened a Netflix American series with some guy.
Wait,
I grew up in Westchester, Missouri.
No, it's a very actually liberal area. It's like very highly, I guess. A lot of Jewish people go in and out of the city from there. So I grew up near the city, and then went to college down at Duke. That's the actual more southern area in North Carolina.
You good at
There
basketball?
I did go to a couple games here and there, just because you can't really like not go to games when you're there, or be part of that culture while you're there. But yeah, I graduated. I played poker actually during college, and then in 2006 I made the World Series of Poker Final Table. Made $2.5 million and
Nice.
whatnot. But then I
Okay,
started
now.
work as a management consultant. Yeah, I'm a real poster child for socialism here. I'm sure.
I know
You
you're
are in a
funding.
way. I mean, you are in a way because you're an argument against money making you not be able to have socialist views. So in a way, you are.
Yeah. I think what happened is when a couple of years into the job in 2008, I remember that was like, when the financial crisis was starting to happen, and there was this project that I was on where my boss's boss was basically trying to sell this project to a mortgage insurance company that was going under. And he gave me the data, and he was just like, make the numbers work so that we could sell them this project. And to me, I was like, this is just blatant like fraud. Like, I can't change the rules of statistics. This company is gonna go under no matter what. It just seemed like we were just trying to take what was last, on the ship before like the ship went down with the fucking thing. And so I don't know. Afterwards, I was laid off like a month after that, which I was pretty upset by, because like at the time I was like the first one to be laid off in my class. Later on, I would realize that my entire class was laid off because of the crisis. But it just made me really jaded about finance in general, because I studied economics, and I think what I was thinking was like, oh, you're helping the economy be more efficient, more effective. So that's kind of like, the company line that they feed you. And I kind of bought into that. And then, when I was laid off, I just kind of like reoriented my thinking a little bit.
You get chewed up, don't you? That's the point. You get chewed up and spat out. I mean, the best way to become a socialist is in the workplace.
Yeah, and even if you are in banking or finance or whatever, you're still working like 80 to 100 hour weeks, and sure, like after 10 years, you might be a multimillionaire, but how many friends do you really have after that point, right? It's like you probably had to live a soulless existence for those 10 years to like get to that point. And I don't know. I see a lot of my contemporaries who are in those kinds of situations that I feel like a lot of them are, even though that they're rich, they're kind of full of regret in a way, because it's just kind of like you do kind of have to sell your soul to be successful in capitalism to some extent.
I mean, not even just like on the giving up friends side of thing, but I mean, like, even the health effect it takes on, like the kind of toll it takes on you, because if you want that much money, you have to put in like 60-hour work weeks, and you have to work yourself to death. You have to stress yourself out. You're going to have a heart attack 5 years after you retire. So like, it's all well and good having this big estate of $1 million, but what is it just to dole out to your kids because you've died after working your whole life and not even seeing your kids? And your wife cheated on you because you've not been at home. You know what I mean? Like, this is not the American dream, or at least it shouldn't be, because like it's fucking depressing. It's the picture of capitalism, I suppose. It's the picture of capitalist success.
No, I totally agree, 100%. Yeah.
Why they all end up as like vampires when they get to the top, because like it's the most they've got nothing else to do, have they? Might as well just become supremely evil for no reason.
Yeah. And so, since, I was lucky enough to make those millions of dollars at poker, the years before, I just kind of took a step back, and I was like, I don't know if I want to be in finance anymore. So I enrolled in an acting program in New York, a conservatory there, studied for a couple of years in New York. What's that?
Yeah, Juilliard.
No, not at Juilliard. That's for the legit people. I went to I went to a legit place. It was just like a smaller, like a Broadway theater acting kind of like studio. And then I moved to Los Angeles in 2012.
So can you do Hamilton?
Funnily enough, I was thinking about auditioning for Hamilton when they were doing their run in LA, but I don't know if I told you guys this, but I had a roommate who was part of the kind of like the New York City theater scene, and he actually did audition for Hamilton. He was a half Filipino, half Korean guy, and when he went into the audition, he did his thing and everything, and then the casting director was like, "Oh, you're not ethnically offensive enough, so we can't give you the role or whatever." And he's like, "Ethnically offensive enough? What does that mean?" He was like, "Oh, well, some woman is not going to clutch at her, her bag when she sees you. So, you're not a dangerous minority, I guess, quote unquote.
Guys,
And he was just like,
I'm really sorry to stop you there, but I just have to put this out. Kanye West announced that he voted, wait for it, for himself.
I mean, that's fair. He's running, so isn't he like head of the birthday party? That's his thing.
I forgot that he was running even.
Hold on, was he still?
Yeah, he's still running.
He's
still
listed
running.
on some
He's
states.
on the ballot.
He's not listed on some states, but he's listed on a lot of states.
Imagine if, like, for some reason he came out as a landslide. Like, there was just no one was expecting it, and like there was just so many write-ins for Kanye Trump. Oh fucking hell, that's gonna be the next one, isn't it? In like 2024, Kanye West, Vice President Trump,
going back to
Vice President Ivana.
Going back to the absolute circus of the US elections. I don't know, man. There's really no space to comment on this, is there? Like, the whole world is just staring at what's going to happen, but at the same time they're waiting. Oh yeah, it's not really going to change much, is there? There's more bombs on us, isn't it?
Honestly, I don't really think the whole world is watching the election, though.
I mean, like, that's not exactly what I mean, but it's more like, obviously...
The Western world.
Yeah, only maybe not
the
even
world
in
as in
Europe.
they say New York Times. It's like, yeah, that's it.
Oh yes, I checked that. Like I saw New York Times. They even say quoted a lot of people from different worlds, like even China, and talking about how Chinese people are thinking about election, but actually, not really many people in China really care about the election.
Because why would they?
Exactly. Like basically, the outcome for either of them will be the same. Like they either Biden or Trump.
Like
either way. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially if you look at anti-imperialist movements in the Middle East, like the resistance in Lebanon, Hezbollah, God bless them. They don't give an absolute shit about who is president. They know what they know is that they will, regardless of the outcome, they'll continue to receive aggression due to this American imperialist system, and they'll just have to continue fighting that aggression, no matter who it is. I mean, it took a black president to overthrow and destroy and bomb back to the Middle Ages the most prosperous country on the African continent, and that was Libya, being led by Muammar Gaddafi.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't think people even really care in the UK. Do you know what I mean? It's like people have got tired of American politics. I was thinking this earlier.
Politics is just like a shit show.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like the last Trump election was like huge. There was a massive build up to it and all this, and YouTube was full of, one side or the other, but now it was just like that first debate. You watched that first debate, and then it was like the highlight of the American debates was a fly landing on Mike Pence's head. Crazy, isn't it?
During the
first one, because they were just shouting.
I have this question for a while, and I've been trying to get it in, but obviously a lot to talk about. Tima, what does this election mean to Australia? Because I know things are getting quite puppety in Australia.
I'm going to give a shout out to, because it's National Aborigines and Islanders Day, or the week, NIDOC week in Australia. So
nice.
It's a day of, week of mourning originally for the hundreds of thousands of Indigenous people that were genocided by white settlers. Mm-hmm. And also, just sadly in the case, North and South Dakota, once again, oppressed, has voted for Trump, even though there's a large size population of Indigenous people there. But in Australia, we're pretty screwed. It's basically what they were talking about with Caleb. Basically, the population benefits so much from trade with China, but because our ruling class is so affiliated with America, they're just shooting themselves in the foot every day. It's got to the point where the unions are now protesting in favor of China, and telling the politicians to just shut up.
I mean, that's a good thing, though, right?
Yeah, it is. It's very rare. 'Cause usually,
Go on, Tom.
I saw that like to Australia, there was the most expensive export that they received from America was fish. I think it was like $3 million worth or something like of global trade. Maybe it was 3 billion.
we lose, I think, 20 billion a year to America, and we gain like 100 billion from China. Yeah.
Yeah, and the comparison to the highest individual traded item with China was 63 billion. What was it, Temo? Was it million or billion there?
Billions, or well, everything in Australia, like even the other trade, like international students' education, you had like hundreds of thousands of Chinese students living in Australia, paying Australian taxes and everything. And
yeah, but beside of course, but beside like the soft like kind of income, as it were, from like students and stuff like that. I mean, you've got like the raw trade, which is literally like
minerals,
hundreds of millions in minerals. Yeah, like iron ore, I think, is the biggest export to China, isn't it?
Definitely, number one industry. It's basically 2 of our states.
Guys, quick update on Christopher Halali with the Party of Communists USA running for Senate. He has actually amassed 1,451 votes. This is the final count, I believe. No, this is actually 37% reporting. So yeah, so far, just over 1,400 votes. I think in a state such as Vermont, like it's quite small, and I think it's a bit of a farming state. For someone under the tag communist on the ballot box, for them to amass 1,451 votes so far, especially in like taking into consideration the post-Cold War mentality of Americans, that is quite incredible, really, if you think about it.
I mean, any communist victory in elections is a good thing, right?
Yeah.
You know, any time a communist runs on a ballot and collects votes, every single one vote is a good thing. But at the same time, it's like what Bay Area was talking about earlier. The point is to almost, if you have to expose why that you got such a little votes, and when you were saying the right things in the same way, you've got to explode. A communist has to then continue to expose the flaws in that process, whether it's by losing and then explaining why the whole system is rigged against them, or whether it's by winning and then saying, well, I've not actually been able to make any change because although I've got a seat, I'm still blocked out by the next layer of shit on the way to the top of the shit pile. Do you know what I mean? So any victory that communists get in these sort of elections, especially in American elections, like we've both asked, I think we've both said the phrase belly of the beast tonight, Tima, when describing America. So for any communist to just pick up even 1,000 votes is awesome, isn't it?
I mean, to put a point, I mean, Bernie won the mayor of Burlington, which is the capital city of, the largest city in Vermont, as a socialist, I think, like 40 years ago. So that place does have some victories, I guess. Yeah. But now Bernie's just, he's just the yes man for Biden. Pretty sad.
Bernie fizzled out, hasn't he? He's fizzled out. I hate it when people compare him to Corbyn.
Go for lunch. And I'll be back in 15.
Okay. Yeah. Enjoy lunch. Tom, did you have something to say?
No. Move on.
Doug, give us a rundown on what you think about all this election nonsense.
The election? I mean, I don't even know where to start. I mean, you know me. Like, I'm totally like with you guys that like nothing will materially change from either person getting elected. I think 2016 for a lot of Americans was like a wake-up call politically, but at the end of the day, it's I don't know who said this previously, but it's exactly what they said. It's a contest between the two elites. It's a contest between and one thing I realized is that like in the past 4 years, Republican Party has been kind of saying, hey, like these poor immigrants are your problem. These poor minorities are your problem. Like, black people are causing all this crime and chaos, or Mexican immigrants are coming in and dealing drugs or whatever, or even like Asian people, they're cheating and they're stealing our jobs, or
they're all Chinese spies.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I just interject a minute? Do you remember when Trump was threatening to drone strike the caravan, like for political points? Like that was a genuine thing he was contemplating doing, was sending like a fucking predator drone over and killing migrants.
I remember when he suggested during a hurricane disaster shooting a nuclear missile into the hurricane to stop it. So I wouldn't put anything past Trump in terms of the crazy shit he says or does or whatever.
My favorite, I think we should have a brief little interjection where we all discuss our favorite Trump sayings, because my favorite one, recently, he genuinely thought that the F-35 fighter jet, because it was a stealth fighter, he thought it became invisible, like it had some kind of cloaking shield or something. and he's saying to the head of Lockheed Martin, he's like, the enemy, he just can't see it. It's invisible. It's flying through the air, and then it's just there.
It's like that movie.
And you can just see the fucking presidents of Lockheed looking at their hands well, that's how I explained radars to him, but he's clearly not understood that. And
I mean, to be honest,
the cloak or some shit.
To be honest, though, the amount of money we spend on that fucking F-35, you'd think it'd be cloaking, capable. It's spent trillions of dollars and it's not even functioning.
Yes, but Doug, it can take off upwards.
Upwards. Nice.
So therefore, it's worth 12 trillion or whatever the fuck it costed.
Guys,
I love.
Just a quick update on the. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I do love his tweets. The guy
Trump
literally gets up at 7 in the morning.
He's genuinely pretty funny, which is, I think, a strength of his, actually. Over the Democrats. The Democrats are so not funny at all. They have so little self-awareness about their own kind of elitism that he effectively. I mean, he's been on that reality TV show for 10, 15 years, so he knows how to undress people, in a media setting. Playing to people's
dancing to YMCA.
Yeah.
Go on, Sammy. What are we going to say? Hold on, Sammy's got an update. Go on.
92 electoral votes for Trump, 119 for Joe Biden, despite Trump leading in the popular vote at 49.1. Actually, no, that's Texas. But still, he leads slightly in the overall national popular vote, which so let me just give you the numbers. By more than 1 million votes, Trump 22.8 million votes, Joe Biden 21.6 million votes. Yeah, Joe Biden leads with a clear lead in the electoral thing.
What would be truly hilarious?
Hold on, I've got a question here, right? Who actually is it? Is it electoral college? It's who are these people?
So basically, as I understand it, it's kind of a series of nominated electors who could be kind of lawyers or doctors or people selected by the bourgeoisie, essentially. And these people are responsible for translating the people's votes in their state to the overall vote. So basically,
if a certain party wins in a state, this state provides a certain number of quote unquote delegates to the overall electoral college. These delegates vote for. These delegates are the actual people who vote for the president.
Okay, so basically, the popular vote doesn't matter.
Yes, exactly. And another thing, I think I just thought of this scenario. If Biden has a clear lead with the electoral college and he wins by that, but Trump leads with the popular vote, clearly, as we see here, more than 1.2 million votes lead with Trump. I think that is what was going to trigger a massive right-wing militia reaction.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what though?
That's the wait. Hold on. That's the stand down, stand by. That's what that is.
But but it's the perfect irony because Trump lost popular vote in 2016 to Hillary Clinton and won on the Electoral College vote. So it'd be the ultimate irony if he lost the Electoral College vote but won the popular vote and then used that as the pretext to spark some kind of like race war when Hillary kind of, although she's a goddamn warmonger and we hate her, she didn't spark a fucking civil war as a result of her loss by the popular vote. So that's interesting.
Guys, we are more than 3 hours and 10 minutes in. That is quite a journey for us, and certainly a journey for my legs just sitting in the same place.
Have you been and had a walk? I mean, you were meant to go and have one a minute ago. This is an amazing, epic sort of show that's just come out from nowhere. We've got everybody's here. We've had some brilliant guests. Bay Area. Caleb came. I literally just Sammy, I replied
to
him or something,
yeah,
and then I just said, "Come and join us." And within about a second, he'd sent us a DM like, "Oh, I'll come and join you."
Yeah, exactly. That was quite fantastic, really, and his insights were really interesting,
amazing.
And by the way, until when are we gonna keep going with this? Because we can't have like a 6-hour stream.
We'll keep going for now. Until everybody's, I guess, had enough of it.
To be honest, I've kind of had enough.
Had enough of you. Okay, so let's just talk to Doug for a bit longer, and then we'll wrap it up shortly.
Fair enough.
Well, how long are we on? Are we on 3 hours 10? Did you say?
Almost 3 hours 15. Yeah.
Should we call it 3 hours 45? Give it another half hour, and then we'll call it quits. How's that sound? And then
that'll do for me.
Laugh about the result in the morning. Yeah, everyone good with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
But let me just go to take a walk to the bathroom.
Are you sure you knock yourself out?
Saying it live on stream.
Well, yeah, we're only human, Tom.
Oh,
it's a human function. Exactly.
You don't go propagating your human function about though in front of the viewers.
Anyway,
well, in the meantime, let me just quickly bring up a little story, not news, about China and Nepal. Did you guys see the news about the conflicts between China and Nepal?
No, go on then. Explain this. Fill in the listeners who might not have heard about it as well. Go on.
Yeah, so basically, I think especially these 2 days, a lot of American media, mostly Western media, is talking about the conflicts. Like China seized the land of Nepal, and today I just saw another news which is China and Nepal both denied on Tuesday the accusation of Nepali opposition lawmakers who said Beijing had seized territory along the Himalaya border between the two nations. So you can see there's a lot of things going on in Asia, and we talked about how especially the imperialists trying to make a lot of turmoil in Asia, especially besides Russia and China. So that's the news I want to bring about. It's quite fresh.
I saw Sabina, who was on with us a few weeks ago, saying to somebody about it being fake news or something, but that's all I saw. So I'd not looked into it any further.
I think Sabina said she saw a lot of news from Western media, but she doesn't see any news from Nepali media. There's nothing mentioned in Nepali media, so it's basically only talked about among Western media.
I've just done a bit of a Google search on it as well. Then how interesting, how reliable Google is. But it's brought up some interesting things like China Uncensored video pops up straight away, titled "China takes Nepal." China invades Nepal border in India.
Exactly, that's what I saw. It's crazy.
Yeah, but when you look at the headlines that follow it underneath, the top headline from Reuters is China and Nepal both deny Nepali opposition's land grab accusations. So what this is an opposition party within the Nepalese government, probably receiving some sort of NGO funding, because it's always the case when it's something to do with China. It's fucking NGO funded. And that's why both China and the government of Nepal are denying this. So it's literally fake news, but it's being reported in the Epoch Times, the Hindustan Times, the Economic Times. The only one that is from a reputable news agency, reputable in large, apostrophes, is Reuters, and that is the one where it actually disproves the claim. So that's it's just another case of anti-China fake news. I don't know who this one specifically is kind of benefiting, probably some kind of far-right Nepali political party. But without Sabina in here, I don't want to comment any further because I don't really know much about the inner
There's
politics
another story.
Go on,
I
Tima.
talk about. It's about the Ningxia Mosque. This was
Oh, is
telegraphed,
it?
really.
Yeah,
Basically, they said they removed the domes from Ningxia Mosque. But as a Hue Muslim, which is where Ningxia is the autonomous region for, that makes a lot of sense because until after World War II, when China had more direct links with the Arab countries in Middle East, China really never had domes on their mosques. It was a later development. It's not a Chinese Muslim thing. It's an influence from Western Asia. So what happened is in the 70s and 80s, a lot of mosques were actually renovated with new domes. And this dome was removed, I think, last year or this year in Ningxia, one of the biggest mosques. And it's now back in it. And I'm like, so what? It's just what is now. Because my family mosque, if you want to go up to Shenyang South Mosque, it's been there for over 500 years, and there is no dome. And you can look at the biggest mosques in Guangzhou, Beijing, none of them have domes. It's like they're trying to make them a fuss. I'm trying to make it look like China being anti-Islamic, despite the fact.
Are you sure that these mosques without domes were not actually concentration camps, though?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I've got some satellite footage here, and it did have a dome, and now it's got a wall. So I see a guard tower over here, and
Oh yeah, there's a wall around it. So according to
the WeChat code on the wall.
Yeah, I mean there were walls around them because in China most buildings do, and I'm very proud of the Chinese aesthetic where we have basically a Chinese temple look, but with basically Arabic inscriptions on the walls. That's the kind of thing we have.
Oh, hello there. We have Carl, the one and only Carl Jar. Oh, damn.
This is like the ultimate night.
Wait.
One awesome night, like 3
He's not in the
bangers
pod.
of guests. Hang on, we
This
only
is
have
so
like
based.
about 20 half our viewers now from about half an hour ago. God, we're going to go on for 4 hours. Jesus.
Yeah, well, this
We're
selection
gonna have
night.
to extend. We have to extend for an extra hour now. Well, extra until 4 hours now. Yeah, because we got Carl. You can't cut Carl short.
Guys, I'm the one streaming. You can't guilt trip me like this.
Sammy, you're gonna have to put matches. You're gonna have to put matches in your eyes.
Come on,
Gonna make such a strong coffee, lad.
Bring him over. I'll introduce him this time.
Carl's a newbie. He needs to get into the podcast room. So, if you're on the desktop,
Hang on, let me invite him.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, here he is. He's in.
Yeah, he's in here.
Hello.
You might have to hold on. I'm just gonna pause the music because it might be too loud. So, if you Carl, he's gone. he was in then.
Hang on.
He's back.
Music off.
Okay.
He's back now.
Hello.
Music
Okay, everyone. We have a third banger of a guest, the one and only Carl Jar. What a night. Carl.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Ah, there he is.
Good evening.
Good evening, Carl.
Hi, Carl.
Good evening.
It's actually morning for me.
Good morning.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
I'm in
Congratulations on your wedding, by
I'm
the way.
sorry?
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much.
Right. So Carl, we've got hold on. We've got a music bot for the background of the stream. So you might need to right click or hold on the rhythm, the user in the group called Rhythm, and just go to user volume and turn that down. It might be a bit loud. that's how loud it is. So if you want to just adjust your volume a bit.
Oh, what was I supposed to do that?
Oh
Yeah,
no,
well,
you can for yourself.
Yeah, so if you press on the bot called Rhythm in our room, you should be able to control the volume. If you can't, just tell us and I'll pause it again. But it's just our background music. That's all.
You right click on it, though, not left click. Right click
so
and then.
where do I go to change the music?
So do you see podcast room, like all the names? There's one called Rhythm, and then you right click on Rhythm, and then there should be a user volume like slider, and I have mine set to 70%, but you could set it to whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
Mine's muted personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, the music.
I don't.
No, not there. I think it's a safe bet if we just pause the music for now.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah,
Is
put
it
on international.
Go on, Carl.
Okay, I'm looking at the voice. I'm looking at the setting.
You've gone too far.
I'm sorry?
You've gone too far. It should just be in the
Tell you what,
room section.
I'll just pause it for while we've got you on.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Anyway,
Don't worry.
So good morning, Carl. What do you make?
Good morning.
What do you make of the results so far? If you've had a look at them, and also what do you make of the U.S. election really in general, and maybe its consequences as well, if there are any, if there's a difference anyway, in terms of like Southeast Asia.
I mean, at this point, I'm just watching this as entertainment. I mean, I'm not voting. I did not cast my vote, and I haven't checked the latest result. I mean, what I heard last was what the Trump was leading popular votes, but Biden was getting more electoral votes, which to me it's very surprising. I was actually surprised that Trump would have more popular votes, but it's still too early to tell, right? I mean, like there's still my parents actually live in one of the battleground state, North Carolina. I kind of really want to. I'm tempted to call them up and then find out who they voted for, but then I kind of don't want to find out.
They wrote in Xi Jinping, wrote him in.
Yeah, they might have done that.
Yeah, so I mean, like right now it's too early to tell. I'm just treating this as entertainment right now. I don't think materially it will make much difference whether Trump or Biden become the president. It's not like if Biden become president, everything will be just like magically fix itself. With
bombs wrapped in rainbow flags.
Sorry, that's my dog's barking in the background. Hold on, my volume, like I can. I'm talking to you guys on my phone, and I can barely hear you guys unless I put the phone right next to my ear. I'm trying to see if there's a better.
We can hear you really clear, but
you're coming through clear on our end.
Are you on a Huawei or Xiaomi?
I'm on a iPhone 7 Plus.
Oh yeah, you posted your phone. You got it fixed the other day. Was that like some really old phone you had?
Yeah, man, I'm
rocking the old phone.
I actually had the same phone myself. I just got a new phone this year. I'm an Apple acolyte, unfortunately, so I got another iPhone.
Yeah. So, Carl, is Yoko Widodo the Obama lookalike? Is he pro-US or is he a bit of a fence sitter?
Wait, who are you asking about?
Carl, Yoko Widodo, isn't he the president of Indonesia?
Oh, okay, yeah. So
looks like Obama.
So I mean, he actually is what would be in the Western media term would describe a moderate. I mean, like right now, his government is actually quite friendly with China. So Mike Pompeo was just here in Indonesia several days ago, and he actually gave a big speech about how Indonesia needs to stand up to the Chinese aggression in South China Sea, blah blah blah. And just prior to that, U.S. lifted the travel ban on like one of the worst human rights abusers in Indonesia. This Indonesian general, I don't know how to say his name. He was like currently the defense minister, and U.S. brought him in and give him the pep talk. And now Pompeo is going to Jakarta trying to rally up the support for China containment. But the Indonesian government actually made a statement, said we want to stay out of this. We want to stay out of U.S. and China Cold War fight. We just want to get along with everyone.
Are you because of this? Are you expecting any like NGO-backed protest movement for the next coming months?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we already had a protest like last week or several days ago. Basically, right now in Indonesia, the current establishment, they are quite friendly with China. But then, as I mentioned, the defense minister, who was basically a criminal and a major human rights abuser who was involved in the massacre in East Timor, and he was basically brought into the government because he led the opposition, right? And the opposition are trying to accuse the current government of being not Islamic enough, especially soft on China. The issue they're trying to raise is about the the treatment of Uyghur in Xinjiang. They're saying the Indonesian government has not voiced enough support for the Uyghur, has not stand up to the Chinese oppression of Muslims in China, and they are basically rolling up the more hardcore Islamist factions to go on protest against the current government. And on top of that, so actually the Uyghur World Congress leader was in Jakarta, I think like a month ago, and he basically went to talk to the Indonesian Islamic Association, and basically also trying to convince them to to denounce China. And but the head of the Indonesian Islamic Association, so this association is with the current part of the ruling government establishment. They said no, and they actually said, "Oh, we actually been invited to on tour in Xinjiang. We saw nothing wrong, and why are you coming out here now? Are you trying to stir up trouble between China and Indonesia?" So so there's a lot of things going on. So to make it short, the current government, they're trying to get more Chinese investment into Indonesia, and they signed up for the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative. But the opposition is with backing from US. They're trying to unseat the current government, with protests and stuff, and
the same story.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think the same thing is happening in Thailand?
Okay, so with Thailand, I'm not very familiar with the Thai politics, so I'm not gonna comment on that. But what I would like to point out is, Thailand probably has there's probably organic causes for all these protests and stuff, and U.S. no doubt are involved, but with a caveat is, Chinese foreign policy is actually very pragmatic. One example is, what happened in Myanmar. Before Myanmar, the U.S. government felt that the Myanmar's military junta was way too close with China, so they thought they would score a diplomatic coup. They have been supporting Aung San Suu Kyi for a long time, and then finally they went to meet with the head of the Myanmar junta, say, hey, look, we will lift the sanction if you do a power sharing agreement with Aung San Suu Kyi. So that got the sanction, U.S. sanction on Myanmar lifted. Aung San Suu Kyi's party came to power through election, and then, but Aung San Suu Kyi still went to China because Myanmar still depend heavily on China for trade. And after that, U.S. kind of did 180 on Aung San Suu Kyi. Aung San Suu Kyi used to be like the West darling, right? The heroic opposition, and now Aung San Suu Kyi is toxic now in the West. So I think no matter what result will happen in Thailand, I think I don't foresee a major change in the Thailand-China relationship, because that relationship has been long-standing, and there's a lot of economic, social, cultural ties between the two countries. So I don't think that's I wouldn't be surprised if U.S. I would be surprised if U.S. is not involved, and I'm sure U.S. will try to do something. But I don't think the end results I don't think you will matter in the end, because Thailand are neighbors of China. They'll always have a relationship with China, no matter what.
Of course.
And yeah.
But we've seen. Sorry, go ahead, Tom.
I think it's just a case of any country now that refuses to join America's encirclement campaign of China is just getting either forced into it via strong arm diplomacy, or via literally being overthrown by a color revolution. And you're seeing it everywhere.
I mean, that's kind of that's kind of the U.S. tactic for the last 10 years.
I mean, of course. Definitely, but I mean, it seems like this is all ramped up massively since the BRI, because the BRI has been a massive threat to American hegemony and global trade monopolies as well. And obviously, due to that, pretty much any country that joins the BRI now, just it gets invaded in terms of with color revolutions or with some other purpose. Like Azerbaijan and Armenia, both members of the Belt and Road Initiative. And all of a sudden, a Cold War era conflict sparks up for no reason. Yeah. It just all seems far too suspicious.
Odd protest that went on yesterday. There was a lockdown protest. But the weird thing is, there's no lockdown in Melbourne. But there were a lot of mug outs and a lot of anti-Dan Andrews sort of signs. And if
definitely, America are definitely putting money into all this anti-mask stuff, because they just show up.
The thing is,
we don't have money for healthcare, but we have money for funding, revolutions abroad all over the place.
Yes. America's trying to bring the premier because he's very pro-China. Like, he has Chinese advisors. He's gone to China a few times. He signed him to the Belt and Road, the only state to do that. He's been called out by Pompeo as a state premier. So now there's a lot of protests just going on, protesting things that don't even happen, like the lockdown.
Very
suspicious.
Go on, Sammy.
Yeah, just another question for Carl. We've seen Biden criticize Trump during the debates for not being tough on China, or tough enough on China and the DPRK. We've also had this article released, I believe it was in Foreign Policy magazine, by Joe Biden, maybe, or some kind of think tank, pretty much, where Joe Biden says that if he's elected, America will be back on the world stage, essentially going back to pre-Trump foreign policy. What do you think? Do you think that is just for the shits and giggles for the debate, or do you think that will have, or do you think a Biden presidency will have a more severe consequence, or will be more aggressive essentially towards China and Asia in general?
I mean, right now the Trump admin policy is already super aggressive toward China. You have Matt Pottinger, who is a deputy security advisor in the White House, and he, especially since the COVID, he redirected all the venom toward China, trying to shift basically the blame away from his own mishandling of the COVID situation in the United States, because Matt Pottinger was the one that was first assigned to handle the COVID response. But what did he do? He asked all his media contacts in mainstream media to to report on how China fucked it up, and in the meantime they did not taken the precautions within United States to really seriously handling the outbreak. And when they realized how serious things were getting out of hand, they just ratchet up the rhetorics against China. And with Biden administration, they still, look at who is on his foreign policy team, right? Eli Ratner, who is also another China hawk. So in a way, I don't think there's the overall direction of the U.S. policy probably won't change as much, but maybe Biden, it will not. I don't think there will be a reversal of the Trump era policies. The best we can hope for is maybe like Biden won't come out with new confrontations, with new sanctions against China. But I don't think there will be any meaningful rollback of all the Trump admin sanctions, because if you look at the news, the sanction placed on China, first on Huawei, and then banning of chips supplier to Huawei, and then the TikTok ban, etc. It's like it's accelerating, right? Ever since the COVID, and I think it's designed in a way to set U.S. on this kind of irreversible path of confrontation with China. And I think there's really no return to the normalcy before let's say before the pivot to Asia era. I think that era of U.S.-China relationship is gone. The normal has been shifted, and under Joe Biden, the best realistic scenario is no more new sanctions on China, no more aggressive U.S. move, but the current sanctions and the current U.S. policy will likely remain in place. That's my guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like Biden might not do something stupid like trying to push Taiwan toward independence, like kind of what Trump administration was edging to do. Right? They sent the health guy Azar to Taiwan, to talk about how Taiwan membership, how Taiwan could get WHO membership and all that stuff. And recently Taiwan also Taiwan's parliament passed a resolution that they will try to seek full recognition from United States, and it was actually proposed by the KMT. Now the thing with Taiwan is they never do anything so drastic without the knowledge of US. If somebody must be prompting them to do this, and I with Matt Pottinger in the White House, it's I'm pretty sure he's behind this whole Taiwan business.
It's kind of a move by the KMT to trying to cozy up to Americans. So the AIT, which is basically the actual rulers of Taiwan, the American Institute of Taiwan, I think, they're like, oh, look, KMT, if you really want to be in our good graces instead of the DPP, why don't you do this extremely stupid move and try to, get recognized by us?
I'm just going to read a few comments in the chat, Carl.
Sure.
Zirab said, guys, it might be useful to discuss the possibility of Biden returning with hawks. The overlap between never Trumpers and think tankistan. That's why he's got Republican neocons lining up behind him. It's a return to imperialist normalcy from the chaotic flip-flopping of Trump. And Biden will start a war, probably with Iran or somewhere in South America. There's literally hold on. There's always going to be America is always going to start wars somewhere. That is a guarantee. We've got another quick question. Does Carl think Xi Jinping will be removed by the Chinese Communist Party if Trump wins re-election? That's a strange question. That's a strange question. Did you mean that in the chat?
I think that's
due to the fallout from the trade war. That's a strange question.
I mean, right now in China, from interacting with people. My consensus is that all this aggressive U.S. move have made Chinese people more united, more than ever behind the Chinese government, and they also seen the results of the COVID response. They've seen that China is returning to normal while things are getting way out of control in U.S. and U.K. So if anything, the support for Chinese government have strengthened. So there's no reason for kind of fallout.
One of my friends said to me, I was talking to him a couple of weeks ago, and they said since she came in, like it's all got better. So like maybe if it was still in that sort of Zemin era of like corruption, maybe so. But definitely not since Xi Jinping has taken over. And he's just captured the youth as well, hasn't he?
I think people genuinely forget how popular Xi Jinping is in China. I mean, like, he's presided over the 80 or 85% approval rating of the Communist Party. The approval rating of the Communist Party within China skyrocketed after his anti-corruption purges, his China Dream policies, and his successful 5-year plans have been seen as massive successes. And obviously, it's hard to kind of criticize your government when your government is becoming the #1 economy in the world without having to do any form of imperialism, without having to do any form of kind of warfare. And whilst sitting there being able to provide aid and loans and infrastructure to other countries that have been kind of wrecked by imperialism and ruined by IMF loans and stuff like that, China's now an alternative. And it's hard to look at all of these material successes provided by your government to your own citizens and to other citizens across the world as well, from other countries such as in the BRI.
The Chinese liberal position in China has been greatly weakened, by the events of the last few years. I mean, there is a sizable kind of the faction,
the Shanghai clique.
The Chinese liberals who look up to the Western neoliberal model, but look at the dysfunction of US and UK, and especially the kind of xenophobia that actually spill over to target Chinese people. It's it's a increasingly untenable position, let's say.
We've got another question in the chat from Grey Fox. He says, what are the panelists' thoughts about Australia's current foreign policy decisions, and how should Australia position themselves in the future? Now, I think Tima should take this one first.
I mean, if I was 100% neutral, just discard all my Chinese leanings, Australia has a very good, if they originally 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, they had a very good sort of position. They could just remain neutral on the China-US position and benefit from trade from both sides. But at the moment, they've literally just been shooting themselves in the foot, destroying their economy, basically doing everything. The only thing that's been going up in Australia is the military industry. So it's, what they should be doing is to look to, basically look to say, just apologize to Xi Jinping. He's just, Scott Morrison's just like, look, mate, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking loser, and I'm very sorry. And I'll suck your dick. Please just give us bio minerals.
Classic Aussie.
Hold on, because
that would work.
I don't actually know much about Australian sort of conditions. Is it getting bad for the working class in Australia, or are they still sort of stuck in the 80s?
Australia coal, which is huge for the working miners. But the fact that the unions themselves are now protesting to increase improved relations. They've stopped buying some Australian wine. There's been some more subsidies and tariffs added on. They've stopped. There's so many Australian products that we rely on. And now, because Australia's now trying to blame China for racism, even though there's been 84% increase in attacks against Asian Australians in the last 12 months. And they're like, no, this is all China's fault. They're making it worse. But it's not true, because if you go through the streets now, even in Melbourne, you get bumped on the shoulder, or someone will or just call you "Oi, chinky" or something. It's becoming so common. Yeah, and it's just, you can even look at the polling of parties, like older parties, all three parties have an anti-Chinese slant. maybe a bit less of Labour, but then they're still very strong anti-Chinese slant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
All they have to do is say sorry and shut the fuck up. And
Carl, have you dealt with any Australian China watchers on your shows? I'd love watching you just destroy these guys.
Thank you. Right now, I actually have to give props to both Noah Smith and Lion Stonefall, even agreed to appear on the debate. You know, I did issue another challenge for Gordon Chan, but he wisely ignored it. I don't know at this point if anybody will take up on my offer.
Well, that's like a sign, isn't it? It's like when a boxer and nobody wants to take a challenge because they know they're just going to lose. So
we get Vicky Xu or Nathan Russo. You gotta take
that would be funny.
Oh, she might. Oh, that's a great idea. Maybe I will challenge her. You know, because older people like Gordon Chan, you know, they're like career grifters. They knew their road is just to sell bullshit. And they will not waste their time. But people like Vicky Xu, you know, they're still hungry for fame, you know, for attention. So she might actually be up for it.
What a way to
I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, get that arranged. It'd be hilarious. She can show you some of her famous jokes.
Yeah, Paul on her comedian career. Everyone just said to stop practicing, bro.
Hey, Carl, have you noticed any concentration camps recently on your way to the shops? Maybe a couple of walls might have given you a sign.
It's mad.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
I'm saying, have you noticed any concentration camps on your way to the supermarket? Maybe a couple of walls, you know, walls about a couple of meters high with a metal door would have given it away.
Yeah.
QR codes. That's a big sign.
Well, so what I plan to do once this COVID business is wrapped up is I'm actually going to do another road trip in China, and this time I'm going to do a live vlogging from China.
Oh, did he just?
I think he just got a CIA.
He's cut out.
It literally just cut out.
CIA.
Did he go
His battery might have gone. His battery might have gone because he's just left the.
That's definitely a CIA. You know what they do?
But I'm guessing what he was saying is that he's going to go to Xinjiang.
Yeah, he said he's gonna he's gonna stream me even from Xinjiang.
Well, if that's the case, then you know, brilliant. And the thing that I love about stuff like this,
I'll be over there at the time.
The thing I love about stuff like this is you'll be able to put this in front of BBC and they'll not pick it up whatsoever. Now I hope it's just his battery that's gone. But I hope Carl can rejoin us. If you're still listening, Carl, a pleasure to have you on for that brief period. He's back.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Yeah, kidnapped by CIA.
I think so.
I can't hear you, Carl.
He dropped his phone.
Oh dear.
He's fighting right now. He's fighting SP.
I mean, this is the downside of having a podcast that's like live across the entire world with people all around the world relying on the internet, isn't it? You know.
Especially when Nathan Russo's watching over you, disconnecting your signal.
Don't say that. Let's have a look in the chat while we're waiting. What have we got? They're talking about 85% of Asians have experienced racism in Australia.
Sorry, my bad, minor wording. 85% of Asians have experienced.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. We have a question here, Mike, in the chat. My question is, this is by Feathered Biped. My question is whether China would give support of any form to an actual socialist/communist vanguard movement, party, etc., or help fund striking workers like the USSR used to do, if one shows itself. Well,
okay, hold on. Let me come on with that one first. I think the way China's going to do it is it's not going to be so obvious as the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union did a lot of things that played straight into the hands of America. When America catches the Soviet Union pumping money into workers' movements, it gives them an excuse to then say things like, look, they're trying to influence our society in a way.
I think
China will do it through things like the Belt and Road.
Let's give Carl
Yeah.
a question though.
Is Carl back?
He should be.
Can't hear you.
Okay,
he
sure. Answer that, Carl.
No, actually, you did great. I think I completely agree with you. I mean, the way China operates is quite different from how U.S. would say like sponsoring color revolution in other countries, and China normally would interact with internationally recognized governments. Right, and one of the cornerstone of Chinese foreign policy is non-interference policy, right? Which means China will try not to interfere in the domestic politics of other countries, but you will interact with legitimate internationally recognized governments. So whether be Cuba. Whether it will be DPRK, whether it will be Venezuela, China will interact, funnel aids to these nations. But for the the political parties, I don't think there will be overt aids. I mean, it depends. It's like with there are some exceptions, like for example, ANC, right now, African National Congress. The Chinese Communist Party had traditional ties with ANC. Predates. From the apartheid era, that relationship kind of continued to carry through, and they have that kind of party-to-party relationship. So that's
think
one
also.
thing.
The Chinese party do have they do attend sort of like Communist International still, however small they are. They just don't fund them like the Soviet Union used to. Xena, did you want to just add something into that? Wait, Xena, did you?
I think like the only way, as we all know, China will not interfere in any country's politics. But like the only possible way, as Carl and Fern mentioned, China will, for now, they definitely will only do something through economic cooperations, as we all know, like especially for example, Bolivia. And they have even now they changed their government. Now they have the socialist-led party running Bolivian government. But in that way, like they still can strengthen the cooperation with many socialist countries, but they will not be some direct like helping those. So those for example, the striking maybe in the United States or in Britain.
Also another thing, there's this fantastic article putting into hindsight Chinese foreign policy and explaining it really well. It's called The Long Game and Its Contradictions. This is by He, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, He Zhao, He, then Zhao. So basically in this article he outlines how the main effect of the Chinese foreign policy, or the main goal, is to combat the main contradiction that is prevalent in the world today, and that is of neocolonialism. They combat this by essentially developing the third world, most notably Africa, which makes them more reliant, and as Tim in the chat is saying, China will do it by economic means. They are developing Africa, making them less reliant on IMF loans and Western quote-unquote aid, and this is essentially making them economically independent, freeing them from the shackles of the imperialist order. And that is really striking a massive blow to imperialism in general.
And you have
I think as well.
Go on, Tima.
You also have to know that the word communism in Australia is very poisoned. No matter how good intentions are, American media has basically made communism in the same way as like seeing Nazis are looked at in certain countries. But there are the Communist Party in Australia was actually outlawed for a few years. Now it's back. It's very small, a few hundred people, but they still do get assistance financially, a bit from China. Like they got thousands of masks. They get corrections. But the thing is, if these parties, they can't really support them majorly because the fact they have so little support and their names are poisoned. So that's why China, as Carl said and Sammy said, they have to do the other ways of spreading, or not even spreading, just pushing this forward.
Yeah, it's
And
exactly
I'd
right.
just like to add on to that. But once like a socialist vanguard party do manage to capture state power, China normally do a lot to funnel aid and support to these states. So we've seen that in Venezuela, we've seen that in Cuba, and you will be the same for Bolivia, etc. So I think, in other words, these parties will have to rely on themselves to rally support among the grassroots to do the state capture. But once they succeed, they can expect much more substantial aid from China.
I hope the Western Maoists are listening, especially Kellogg's.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is to notice as well. China is not leading an international. China is not leading the 6th international or the 7th international or whatever the fuck we're on now. Whatever the Trotskyist thing is, we're on now. There is no kind of desire for China to spread its ideology, and China has stated very cleanly and clearly that they have no desire to become a hegemon, to seek global power. Or to spread their ideology. Now, however, on the other hand, when China is the only nation that is recovering economically from COVID, it makes you look at their economy and think, well, perhaps that is the better economy, and it makes more people turn to it. So while China's not directly funding revolution, because that would be the number one way to get encircled and destroyed by the world, if you're seen as an active promoter of terrorism, as it would be seen by the West, China is playing the long game. China's waiting for capitalism to collapse under its own contradictions. And in the meantime, as everyone else has already said, the spending up in the third world, the buy-in infrastructure, the place in mines, the place in roads, the place in railway, so that when capitalism does fall under its own contradictions, all of these exploited countries will have the head start of actually having the infrastructure ready. And they will look towards the one country that survived, which will be China and DPRK, Vietnam, other countries that don't rely on capitalism, free market capitalism, to guide their entire geopolitical kind of outlook.
Anyone want to take that? Respond to that?
Well, I just want to add one point. I think like last time, Fran, you mentioned about and especially George from British Communist Party.
Mm-hmm.
Like you also like have a lot of corporations. Basically, it's more on the communication. Like the British Communist Party went to China to know more about Chinese, maybe just like to communicate with the local Chinese Communist Party and so on and so forth. I think that's also another like one way. I mean, not really provide material stuff to them, but like still communication. That's still another way to. It's gonna still somehow help the other side, like Communist Party from our country.
They've got to be careful to not get drawn into being able to be accused of subterfuge, because if China was to start, funding, like you say, movements in America, you're just giving America all the excuses in the world. And it also it's nobody else's job to drag socialism into a place.
Exactly. That's the key point we should all remember. Is it's the job of the proletarians of that country to seize socialist power themselves. And I think proletarians became a little bit globally kind of lazy during the Cold War era, because they had the USSR as this massive vanguard state, and they knew the USSR was funding revolution. They knew that if they started a revolutionary movement, they would get some kind of funding. there was kind of the incentive to do so in a lot of cases, especially in like geographically important states. But like now, because there isn't that kind of impetus, it's just on British, not British socialists, or British socialists in Britain, but it's on the socialists of that nation to seize power themselves, and in order to kind of you can work as much with China as you want after you've won the revolution, but until that point, don't go expecting some other country to do your revolution for you. There's always a way to do it, and it's just about
update. Considering we've passed the 4-hour mark.
Okay, update us.
98 electoral votes for Trump versus 131 electoral votes for Biden.
Wow.
But with the popular vote, Trump leads by, now, let me just update it. Yeah, leads by over 1 million votes.
Well, that's like 1.5 million, isn't it?
Mine is just updated.
I've got £20. I've got £20 riding on a Trump victory here. I really don't want to fucking. I don't want to base the politics on that, but.
What's weird is that Virginia, though, on Google, it's calling it for Joe Biden, but it looks like Trump has 53% of the vote. I don't understand why. I think there's like an error in the Google system because that's
Russian
like 13.
bots.
I'm on New York Times. I'm on New York Times, and that's saying Virginia's Biden.
They said they won't call it until they're 99.95% sure. So there is a chance of error.
It's very close.
No, but even in the reported 53% reported, like Joe Biden's way behind in Virginia, but they're calling the state for Joe Biden, which is weird.
It's likely that that there are numbers not released yet.
Oh yeah, 43. Yeah, Biden's behind. It's called for Biden on here as well.
I mean, remember, there's a 10% chance of Trump winning, so that's 1 in 10. That's a pretty big chance. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at betting markets too. They're saying that Trump right now has a 3-1 advantage, or maybe not 3.5-1 advantage over Biden at the moment.
No. You get paid out 3.5 times more.
Yeah, no, I know, but like I'm talking about like with the real time odds right now. They're saying that Trump is 77.5% to win at this point. I think something I heard or saw recently was just like a few minutes ago was like they were calling, basically not calling, but saying that Pennsylvania might flip to red based on some of the preliminary data that people are seeing. So
do you think Trump might just come out now and declare victory?
I think it's still too early because you got to wait.
The mail influence are heavily in Biden's favor, but it could be a strategy now. Just get in early and seize the victory.
Pull a Pete Buttigieg.
Carl, where did you live? Which state did you live in the US? Carl?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah. Which state did you live in the US?
Oh, I live in California, so it doesn't matter. California will always vote for Democrats.
Always.
Yeah. My parents' state actually make a difference because they live in North Carolina. That's why I'm kind of tempted to ask, but yet don't really want to know who they voted for.
Where is North Carolina? I don't know the map of the USA.
Tennessee. So it's a swing state at the moment. So it's very important.
Tennessee because you're only Tennessee.
Yeah. My
what was that, Sammy?
Nothing.
What did you say?
Tennessee plays tennis or something.
It's that.
No, come on, Sammy. What was it?
It's that crappy pickup line.
Come on, tell us your pickup line.
No.
Come on.
Tennessee, because you're the only Tennessee.
All right. Nice. I like it.
Oh God.
I like it. I bet that has worked. Never.
I've never used it.
Of course. But anyway, wait,
you guys
North
in
Carolina,
the UK?
Yeah, North Carolina is tied as tied can be at the minute.
North Carolina and Pennsylvania and Georgia, those 3 states might swing, so they're very, very important.
Go on, Doug. What were we going to say?
Oh, so in England, do you guys have like an electoral college system for your, I guess, prime minister? Or
No. But what they'll do is they will sort of change the boundaries of where the votes are to like be able
Traditional
to sort of fix it.
gerrymandering.
Yeah, so they'll fix it.
Yeah, it's gerrymandering.
Yeah, they'll fix it by just moving the boundaries every couple of years. So
Oh,
you'll
you
end
see-
up with like 2 Labour constituencies will merge into one, so it's only worth 1 MP. So they do sneaky things like that.
Well, the UK has
Wow.
a very undemocratic institution called the House of Lords.
As
Wait,
well.
it's still called the House of Lords? It sounds like, something
That's
Yeah,
our upper
they all have
house.
to wear
Yeah.
Game of
wigs.
Thrones
Like,
and shit.
yes, I'm a lord. Oh.
But to be fair, the House of Lords usually are the ones like stopping the most worst of policy as well. So in a way they are less harmful to the UK than like just the Tories in Parliament.
Yeah,
That's
Dark.
only because we
This
have
week-
an evil party in power at all
Mhm.
times.
Well, this
Like,
week I don't know if
if
you
we-
saw that they banned school meals for kids. It's just like horrible. They just do horrible things. It's just very strange.
and they all get like a
Did you
peerage title
see that?
when they get in. It's really stupid sounding.
Go on, Tom.
You see the one of the Tory ministers who voted against the free meals for kids, and like they graffitied on his wall, like outside his house, like
and he's
the
complaining
MP's
about it.
name, like eats big dinners. Like I can't remember what his name was, but it was like Gareth something eats big dinners, and it was just like in massive letters all over his house. That's hilarious.
His name's like
And he was
Percy
like absolutely
Jones.
furious about it.
But yeah, so I don't really understand the electoral thing until it was described to me earlier on tonight. I've never really bothered to look into it, but I guess the UK they just changed the boundaries.
I mean, don't you have
Yeah,
a
the
independent
UK
commission that draws the boundaries, or is it done by?
Yes, like my mum works for, like, she's a manager for the local electoral kind of services for the
Ooh.
council. So like she kind of like
Right.
she does. I know, yeah. Like, I used to work for her during elections and stuff, but like now I'm a communist, I'm not allowed to anymore. But anyway, basically point being, like what they do is they have all these different constituencies, and obviously like you kind of have to. It's much like America in that if you vote third party, you are throwing your vote away, unless it's an extremely marginal constituency in the UK, of which there's only usually about 10 or 11 extremely marginal constituencies out of about 130. So about
Just to stop you
65
for a
safe.
second, Tom, while you're on that two-party thing, we actually had a vote in this country about 10 years ago to go change to like a different voting system. I can't remember which exact one it was, but
Ranked choice, wasn't it?
voted against it. Voted to stay in this,
Yeah, there was,
this two-party.
We have ranked choice in Australia.
But also like if they don't have any actual direct hand in anything political at all, so there's no kind of hand in. Although they might be the ones who finally appoint the lords, it's all done politically by the party in charge, I believe, and then I think the opposition gets one pick at the end of the term. I'm not too sure
Queen
how that
has the
works.
power to literally remove our Prime Minister. In
The Prime
Australia.
Minister of Australia.
Yeah, well, everyone has to swear oath to the Queen here, who's appointed the power by God. Yeah, it's so
They
stupid.
have to here. That's why Sinn Féin MPs don't sit in the House, don't take their seats up ever, because they have to swear an oath to the Queen. So Sinn Féin
That
MPs.
ruler, it's actually the Governor General who's appointed by the Queen, because he's governing on behalf of the Queen of England, governing of Australia. Yeah. Oh, fuck the Queen. Yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck the Queen.
Lads,
Carl,
I mean, not
Carl, what are you thinking about? Just sat here listening to people talk about British problems.
Sorry, I'm like falling asleep because I stayed up until 5 o'clock in the morning here last night talking to a group of University of Chicago students. Their prof invited me to have a talk with them about the Hong Kong protests.
Wow.
So I
Nice.
stay up a little bit late.
Oof.
And, yeah.
isn't that your alma mater? YouTube?
Actually, no. It's so my dad went to UIC. That's the University of Illinois at Chicago. And when I was in high school, I used to go to summer math camp in University of Chicago. So I have photos of me in U of C. I try to use those photos to ingratiate myself with my audience, but they're I don't know, like they're a little bit more standoffish than the previous group of students I talked with from University of Michigan, because in University of Michigan they actually had their camera turned on, and when they ask me questions, they ask individually, in person. Whereas this time the format was different. All the University of Chicago students had their cameras turned off, and they submitted questions by text to the prof, and then their prof read it off. So it's more impersonal, and there were like 3 Hong Kongers who were like big supporters of the protest. So they're trying to corner me, and I hope I didn't sound too combative. I honestly addressed all their questions.
Yeah, is there a link to this?
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the
Nice.
Professor Yao said she's gonna produce a transcript.
Awesome.
So yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
We've got a question in the chat from Doozle Dumbler. Anyone think China will be stripped of the 2022 Winter Olympics?
I mean, I said about 2008 is the best.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, you have to have the reason.
I'm actually.
Like, what's the possible reason to strip off?
The evil
The best
CBC.
thing the best thing I like about our shows is Xena is always just the one straight in, just with like shuts questions down straight up.
Well,
We've got to have a reason.
China's one of the only countries that has control over COVID, and I don't know what's going to be like 2022. So it probably will be one of the safest places for Olympics if it was to happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's so illogical, isn't it? You should strip them of the Olympics because America's upset that they're not number one anymore.
They should ban America from all sports.
It's so weird. Like, we're living in a world where it's toddler versus adult.
Oh, yeah.
It?
And same to Grey Fox, Scott Whitlam, the guy who visited China before Richard Nixon, he was taken down by the CIA and the Queen of England. So, yes, double fucker. Yeah.
You're just going to keep bringing up these opportunities to drop the fuck the Queen bomb.
Lads,
it was the comment, yeah.
Lads, we're approaching 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's quite the meal.
4:20.
Anyway, so we might have to wrap up soon.
Well, we're gonna wrap up at 3:30, I think, UK time. So
excuse
another 10
me,
minutes.
you said we were gonna wrap up, which was now almost an hour ago.
I did, yeah, but that was just as I was talking to Carl. So,
as
we said we were gonna end, Carl said he'd join us for a bit. So, we got on a call and stay on for a bit.
What's next? Getting Zhu and Lai on the show.
So a guest is about to turn up again, and we have to keep Sammy up for longer. Sammy, you're a student. It's all right.
Next.
Shut up, friend.
Right. While we're here, let's have a look at these. Let's have a look at these stats.
Wow. So
there's a lot of red states there, but then again, it's all going to come to electoral college, isn't it?
Well, you look at the votes on those states. There's like 20 people in each state, and they're like 2. So yeah, that's the plus.
And 18 of them are all racist.
Yeah,
only 6,000 votes in Wyoming. That's mad.
Wow.
Is that
only
right?
has 5 million people, so it's 500,000. It's the smallest state population-wise, I think.
That's mad. That's crazy.
Yeah, but they have 2 Senate seats still, like California, which has like way more people.
Is each one of the squares in the electoral college a Senate seat?
2 of them.
All right, okay. American politics really just confuses me.
Very undemocratic.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's just one of those things.
It's like it's built to confuse the trolls, isn't it? So the trolls don't really question it.
Isn't it?
It's just like, oh no, sorry, you can't do that because the electoral college says that, the Supreme Court says that, the fucking Senate says that because of this state boundary, you've just lost this. Like you've lost the fucking 95% of people before you've even got to your point, haven't you? No one can understand this nonsense.
Why is West Virginia called West Virginia? And Virginia's just called Virginia, not East Virginia.
It's like East and West Turkestan.
And Shandong and Shanxi. But where the fuck is the other half of these states,
Okay, there is a okay. Yeah. It's such a dumb map as well. There's too many straight lines.
Whoa. Hang on. Spectator Index just tweeted out. Actually, no, they tweeted this out about 40 minutes ago. Just in, Donald Trump is now favorite to win the US presidential election according to betting markers.
Wow.
Oh my god.
If he wins, I get £55 bonus.
Wow. I mean, he's starting to run away with the popular vote here. It's he's at 37 million, and Biden's at 34 million. So,
Oh, did you do a mail vote?
Say that again, Tima.
Oh, did you vote by mail or?
Oh, question for me? No. I'm like I said, California, it doesn't matter. Either way.
Mm-hmm. It's like me in Yorkshire. It's like there's no point in voting because Labour just win every time. There you go. Just leave them to
your Senate vote kind of counts, I guess, and the propositions they had with like Uber and all that. But I guess true.
Wait, do when you vote in America as well, does it say on your ballot like literally Biden or Trump, or does it say like a local geezer? How's it
There
work?
are a few. PSL. There's
But does it say? Are you literally choosing between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, or is it like the UK where like you're voting for an MP?
Yeah, literally, it has their names on it.
So you're voting for
in each state. Each state, the ballot is different. Sometimes they have the ballot of the presidential candidate, but they also have names of like the local, the people you're electing.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I forgot.
More layers of confusion,
Hang on.
But Fran, they also do like kind of they also do kind of like what you call it, referendums on their presidential ballots as well. Like a lot of like marijuana legalization states come in from the presidential ballot. It'll be like, who do you want to elect? Donald Trump, Joe Biden? Do you want to smoke weed? Yes, no. And then the next one will be like, do you believe in Elon Musk's fucking hyperlink tunnel? Yes, no, or something. I don't know, like just insane shit like that. Like America's just
guys, for God's sake, I've just been hit with a bummer right now.
Go on.
Because of the enormous coverage of the US election, for background, there's this ongoing documentary series that covers like on the ground. And shows how Hezbollah has been fighting alongside the Syrian Arab Army against ISIS et al. And just basically saving the region from the crux of imperialism. And now the latest episode, which was due to be aired on Friday, has been postponed because of the goddamn US elections. God, honestly, Americans have to ruin everything, don't they? It's my favourite show.
America!
What's the show?
In the end? Yeah, what's the show?
Huh?
Is this the show you were talking to me about that's not got English subtitles?
Yeah, that's the sad thing about it. It hasn't got English subtitles. Well, I'll have to reach out to the producers or something to fucking beg them for English subtitles because it's so good.
Oh my god.
America's really annoyed Sammy tonight.
Jesus. Anyways, go on with whatever you're talking about.
So, no, I think I'm completely distracted with your rage. Right, what have we got in the chat before? Okay, let's be real. If Biden wins, we're getting a Kamala presidency.
Yeah, absolutely, hands down.
Donald Trump is leading right now in the popular votes. Yes, he's leading by like a couple of million, 2 million,
Almost
2 million
2
to be
million.
exact. Yeah, so you've got.
Remember, there were 80 million mail votes by mail.
80 million, 80.
Yes. So that's a lot of votes that have to be counted. And this is Trump's plan. Trump's like going to be like, yeah, mate, I've won. Yeah, just shut it off. And there's going to be 80 million votes not counted. Yeah.
So
how is that possible in a country that goes around the world? I mean, look, these idiots in Hong Kong and that, they're like, come and liberate me, Trump, and they want this. A country that's like doing this, and then the military's got to be out on the streets tomorrow because both sides are going to go out and kill each other for a couple of days. It's like, how is this any sort of template that we are following in this day and age?
You get to like call yourself, like, you get to identify as an eagle and stuff, don't you? And be really cool, wear sunglasses and stuff, all the stereotypical US freedom shit.
For comparison, last year during the British general election, the day before, I was just walking down the street, everything was fine. I went to bed. Obviously, come election day, went again to the shops, bought something. It was a normal day, except like everyone was off because it's election day, and it's a holiday here, unlike the US where it's not a holiday. Anyway, and I woke up the next morning, and it's as if nothing happened. And
well, that's how it's always going to be, isn't it?
Yeah, in the UK. Whereas in America, you might find outside your window there's God knows how many masked people with guns running around.
Oh, well, this is true, yeah. But that's not normal. That's just what it's become these days because tensions are getting tighter and tighter and tighter in the US, aren't they? So it's more likely to do this.
It's over 90 million actually now who have voted early. So that's still a lot of votes not counted. And that'll be very fun.
Are these votes for Biden? Do they think?
Most likely to be because the people that vote on the day are usually older people and people that are not as scared of COVID because not many people in America are wearing masks these days. And yeah.
The whole country is just such a hilarious joke, isn't it? Like in every single respect.
Carl's glad he got out.
Out of America.
Oh, well, he's in Indonesia, right? Isn't he, at the minute?
Yeah, he is.
Living the dream.
Congratulations on the marriage, by the way, Carl.
Oh, thank you very much.
Awesome.
Yeah, so Carl, do you think the mail-in ballots will have a huge impact? How many there are? Or?
You know, if it turns out to be a close election, this could turn out pretty nasty. You know, there's going to be contestations by both parties.
Yeah, we're saying that Biden is leading considerably in the electoral votes, but Trump is leading considerably in the popular vote. So that might really trigger those right-wing militias.
Exactly. Exactly.
There's that video of the Michigan militia training, like the non-government militia, that is.
Go on, Tina.
I think the thing is that... Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I'm just saying, like, maybe tomorrow, many Americans will escape to Canada.
They always threaten that, don't they?
You just reminded me of something. Back in 2016, after Trump got elected, before Trump got elected, it was a few days before the election in 2016, there was absolute monstrosity of an article written online, and it was an interview with Miley Cyrus. And she was basically ranting on how terrible it would be if Trump was elected. And I still remember to this day reading that quote. And back then I wasn't even a lefty. Well, I was a Labour Corbyn supporting guy. And I was reading her quote. She was like, it'll be horrible if Trump was elected. Then, this is her words, it'll be like the Soviet dictatorship of Hitler. I'm like, oh, what?
Amazing. Incredible.
So maybe that's why.
Right. Oh, right. You know, I think we're going to wind up there. We've been streaming for hours. So what we'll do is, it's like 3:30 in the morning here in the UK. You know, It's time for us boys to drop dead. So we'll catch this up. Well, you know, we can come in tomorrow and assess the results and laugh at whichever side and just.
We'll do a Mango react to the
fallout.
Yeah, we'll react to the result and the chaos that's in the streets tomorrow evening sometime. So if any of you guys want to join us again, feel free to do so for round 2 tomorrow. We can laugh about America burning.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for joining us, Carl.
Thank you guys. Thank you for
you're welcome back anytime.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Try and get that debate with Vicky Shue set up. That would be so funny. Doug, unmute yourself, Doug.
So thank you very much, everyone, for joining in and tuning in with us on this marathon of a stream. With
Hold on, I'm just trying to get Doug. to unmute himself so he can say bye, but I think he might be.
Well, I'm
AFK.
addressing the audience at the moment, so you can we can.
Oh,
talk
sorry about
later.
that. Oh, I'll see you guys.
Yeah, Doug, thanks for joining us.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, we'll probably do something again tomorrow. So
And also
you're
a
welcome to drop in.
huge thanks for Caleb Maupin, BayArea415, and Carl Jar. Honestly, it's been quite a marathon of a stream. Really, it's been brilliant.
Exactly, and people just turned up just to join us. Awesome. Thanks,
And you
Tima,
got
for
Nick as
joining
well
us.
in the chat.
Thank you all. Our
Thanks to
fans.
everyone in the chat. Yeah, thanks, Tima.
Next time we'll have Harrison for you.
Yeah, Harrison is he's just sold himself short, hasn't he?
I think Dastiari is in the chat somewhere, but thanks to him.
Nice.
Anyways,
Zena, always a pleasure.
Same. You guys are fantastic.
Awesome.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Good night.
Night.
Good morning to you. Bye-bye. In the UK. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Good night, guys.
Sammy, tell us when the stream's over.
And it has just ended. It ended right after he said Sammy tells us when the stream's over.